I'm going to just give you all a heads up in case this is your first meeting. If you do plan to speak tonight, we have cards, and so you can fill those out, the speaker cards, so then I can call you up when it's your turn. So I do have a number of cards already, just giving you warning while we have some time. We're talking on that. Good eve, that was a very timid. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Los Altos City Council meeting of Tuesday, September 26th. I'm calling the meeting to order and asking City Clerk to establish quorum.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger?
Here.
Councilmember Liang?
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Here.
Mayor Meadows?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Liang is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Hold on, I'm collecting pieces of paper here. So the next is to report on a closed session, and since we didn't have one, we have nothing to report. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any suggested changes to the order of the agenda. Nope. All right, so we're going to move on. Before we start the public comment, I just want to mention that, again, we have a lot of probably first-time council attendees, both online and here in the chambers, so welcome. This is the most fun you're going to have tonight. And I just want to tell you all that when we run these meetings, we follow the Los Altos Municipal Code, Chapter 2.05, Section 2.05010, Public Meeting Rules for Conduct. And which means don't throw things at us unless well, no, I was going to say, I don't want to talk about money. Never mind. Okay, more coming. So we all treat each other respectfully. We don't cheer those we look do like. We don't jeer those we don't like. We respect all comments. We're all neighbors. So thank you for that. So with that, we're actually expecting quite a bit of comment this evening. We have a number, quite a few attendees online and here. So our first comment section is public comments on items that are not on the agenda. I'm going to limit that to 1 minute today. I only have one speaker card here, which is Mr. Steinley, so you'll go first. If you have a comment online for public comments not on the agenda, we're doing 1 minute, and please raise your hand now so we can move to you. So, Mr. Steinley, the microphone may need turning on, I'm not sure.
It did.
Okay.
Jonathan has taught me how to turn on the microphone. It took him 6 months, but he finally managed to teach me how to do it. Okay. I want to talk about commissions and commission training because you are now going to appoint a number of new commissioners in October. We have commissioners who have been appointed over the last couple of years, and according to the question and answer that I saw earlier, there's been no actual in-person training since November of 2019. That's almost now 4 years ago. I think it's time to take this seriously. This council wants commissioners to do a serious job. They are city officials. They are professionals. You have, in a sense, professionalized things, and that's thanks to Gabe and his crew, because they have established what are essentially objective standards for commissioners. It's time to train us to do our job. And I mean not just in how not to put our foot in it with the Brown Act, which is, I would suggest, by the way, we do this around Halloween because the Brown Act is like a specter and it would somehow be seasonally appropriate to discuss it at that time. However, we need to talk about that, but we also need to talk about what you expect from the commissions. And that means sitting down with the liaisons and having some serious sessions. I'd suggest a Saturday.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Steinley. That noise that we don't usually hear is actually, where did we hear that from? It's coming from the speakers. Okay, it seemed to, okay, so that's we're using a different timer tonight, so thank you very much. Good
Okay.
suggestion.
Mayor,
Yeah, yes,
I'd like
City
to
Attorney.
respond.
Yeah,
The 2019 in-person meeting, I believe when I looked back, there was an October 2021 that was in-person before we went. And then we've had, because I do know that we do the training with the new commissioners every year. So it hasn't been 4 years, but we were looking back to between the virtual and the in-person.
Right,
So,
and I'm talking about the in-person.
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and there's more than has been included. I've been through the ones in the past. More than what was included in the past would be my recommendation.
Yeah,
There's a
and then
lot
there's
more to
some
cover.
commissions that we've done, like Planning Commission and Complete Streets, we've done a
But
lot of
we
training.
could do a lot more.
Yeah, I know.
all right.
You'll like this.
Thank-
I did one for Complete Streets, and I think I entitled it something about staying in your own lane or something like that, so.
Very clever. So thank you for the clarifications, and that's the last, yes, all right, yes. So I don't see any other public comments on items not on the agenda in council chambers, and the hand disappeared from online. So we're going to move along from public comments on items not on the agenda and address our unusually short consent calendar, which consists of 2 items. Would anyone like to bring anything up about the consent calendar, or can I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the consent calendar with items 1 and 2.
All right, the second was by Councilmember Daley.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now, let me get organized again. I've got more paper than usual up here. All right, so we're going to move on to public hearings. We have 2 public hearings this evening. The first one is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision on design review and variance applications for 5790 Arboretum Drive. This was a continued item. And we're going to start that off with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. This is Jalio, Associate Planner. It is my pleasure to provide you the background information that relates to this appeal application at 5790 Arboretum Drive. The appeal started with a requested design review application for the construction of residential addition to the existing home and a variance application for the reduction of the second-story side setback from the required 25 feet to 16 feet and 6 inches. The Planning Commission considered the project at a hearing on May 18, 2023, and unanimously denied the project with one commissioner that was in absence. Planning Commission found that the project did not meet the required variance and design review findings of approval as shown in the staff report packet and the resolution as well. On May 31st, 2023, the applicant appealed the Planning Commission's decision to the City Council. For the appeal request, based on the appeal form that is also provided in attachment 3 of the agenda report, the applicants applied for the appeal because the applicants believed it was a straw vote with 3 planning commissioners that verbally expressed support, 3 commissioners that verbally expressed opposition, and 1 commissioner that was absent at the public hearing. In the next few slides, I'm going to provide a high-level project description. So the subject site is located in the South Los Altos on Arboretum Drive between Highway 280 and Foothill Expressway. The existing home is a 2-story single-family dwelling on a hillside that slopes down from the street to the back of the property. This is the project proposed site plan. The project consists of residential additions to the existing house, the expansion to the existing deck at the first floor, and the new second-story deck on top of the proposed first-story addition. The variance is requested for the second-story deck with a setback of 16 feet and 6 inches, as opposed to the required 25-foot side setback for the second story. The red box, as highlighted on this slide, is showing the encroachment area requested through the variance application. This is the design showing the proposed project. This slide provides the side elevations, and the second-story deck is highlighted in the blue box. And this is the rear elevation. With the presented information, staff recommends the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's denial of design review and variance applications at 5790 Arboretum Drive and find no environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15270. Staff now concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jia. You might want to stay there because I'm going to give my colleagues a chance in case they have any questions for you.
Sure.
Any questions, colleagues? Doesn't look like it? No question. Oh, you do. Okay, Councilmember Flagger.
And City Attorney, is this the point of the public hearing where we make disclosures?
We can do it now. I was going to do it next after
Yeah, but
questions.
you can do it now,
Yeah, go ahead.
probably sooner than better, your ex parte.
Okay, thank you, and thank you so much for the presentation. For those of you who are not familiar with a public hearing, we're required to make public disclosures of conversations we may have had with individuals regarding matters that are not included in the public record presented during the public hearing. So I wanted to make sure I disclose my different conversations, even though I think most, if not every, conversation I've had is somehow reflected in the public record. So I have been to the applicant's home. I was invited to the Eway's home regarding another matter related to the city. They invited me to their home so that they could show me some things that involved that other matter involving the city. At the end of that conversation, the E-Ways mentioned this pending application, and I can't remember if it was before the Design Review Commission at the time or if it was moving to the Planning Commission. Based on that conversation, they asked if I was familiar with the application and if I knew the status. I was not. And so I reached out to our city manager after my meeting with the E-Ways and asked for the status of the application. Mr. England checked with staff and got back to me and told me the status and where it was in the process timeline. And I think that's the extent of the conversation regarding the follow-up after I visited the E-Ways home. I also had a conversation with a planning commissioner after the planning commission hearing. He reached out and he wanted to share with me that a resident wanted to hear what happened at the planning commission. I immediately told him that, whatever we discuss, I'll have to disclose on the public record. And he said, really, he just went over what happened at the Planning Commission meeting. And I have talked with at least one other resident as well about what happened at the Planning Commission. Again, it's reflected in either the written or the oral presentation tonight about what transpired at the Planning Commission. So that's my disclosure, Mayor.
Okay, so were you going to ask a question also?
I was.
Let me go and do all those disclosures before you get to your question. So disclosures, anybody? Ex parte? No? Council, Member Liang? No? Yes, go ahead.
I didn't consider this an ex parte communication, but I did discuss this appeal with one of the planning commissioners. He just summarized what happened at the meeting because I was curious about the straw poll that they had taken, so.
Okay,
I did ask for clarification because I think I just wanted to be clear, but I ended up watching the video. So, and that's what worked for me.
right. So, and I watched the video more than once, actually. I watched the Design Review Commission. I stopped by the home, but not, I didn't go into I walked around the outside. I chose not to avail myself of the hospitality of the owners. So, and I've probably had conversations in passing with planning commissioners, but I watched the videos. So I think we've talked about that quite thoroughly. So you have a question, Councilmember Flagger.
My mic. I'll start off with the 25-foot setback that you mentioned that's required under the code, and the fact that the applicant is requesting 16 and a half. What's the concern, or what's the reason for having a 25-foot setback? Why is that required?
This is codified in the code, and this is a R1-20 zoning district. So it does require more restrictive site setbacks compared to the most single-family residential zone, the R1-10. Staff reviewed the project based on the codified development standards. That's why the 25-foot side setback for the second-story deck is mandated for this project when staff reviewed the application.
So I understand it's required. I was just trying to understand the policy reasons behind having 25 feet setback for these single-family homes.
Well, I can describe the lot property conditions. It has a really wide property line. It's probably near 200 feet. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head.
That's fine.
But it's a much wider lot than other standard single-family residential lots. And that's why it's probably classified as R1-20 rather than R1-10, which requires more restrictive site setbacks.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm going to jump in really quick and further clarify. So the R120 zoning district has a setback requirement and then a second-story setback requirement. Oftentimes in the code, that would actually, for the second story, be referred to as a step back. Parts of our zoning code as well as in other jurisdictions. inevitably what it actually ends up doing is it helps to objectively provide a standard that breaks up building massing and provides building articulation from horizontal and vertical points of the structure in order to be able to kind of create that tiered effect. It also for view protection for any of the sites. Specifically, though, the R120 and specifically the area that was annexed in from the county was under the county's and the city's closely aligned from the county's zoning code to then our local zoning, and then was finally annexed in. So there is the slight delta, but we also can't account for whatever changes have taken place in the county zoning code up until.
Thank you. And then looking at the findings that staff presented related to the variance, and it's on page 26 of our packet. And the first finding, there's an echo. It's not me. Let me try again. There we go. The first finding where it states that it doesn't meet the harmonious and convenient relationship. I'm just trying to understand what that means. Like the first finding on page 26 under variance.
I put the variance findings on the screen, on share screen.
Perfect.
So the first finding that granting the variance will be consistent with the objectives of the zoning plan. There are multiple objectives that are codified in Article 1 of Chapter 14.02. And whether or not that the granted variance can be consistent, I believe it's we cannot make the finding because one of the objectives talks about the harmness of the zoning code because it's not consistent with the setback requirements in the zoning code.
Okay. And then let's move to finding number 2. And again, I'm really just trying, this is your report, and I'm really just trying, there are many people who don't read the staff report. And because this is a public hearing and we're making findings denying a variance request by residents, I want to make sure they understand the findings. And to the extent they don't understand some of the jargon used in this findings, they're able to understand what you're really saying when you say that it's not consistent with a harmonious and convenient relationship. A lot of people are like, what does that really mean?
Can I ask a clarifying question onto that same one? Because you just asked that
It's up
first
to them.
finding.
Are you willing for her to ask a tag along? Go ahead. Councilman Williams.
Should the denial be upheld, it says in the first finding as well that staff found there are other design options available. It does not preclude them, should the denial be upheld, for the other options to go through, correct?
Staff recommend denial to the Planning Commission because staff believes there are design alternatives to the second-story deck to achieve the applicant's desire for the main level deck. That's why our staff recommends denial to the Planning Commission.
But the clarification is making sure that they understand that they can continue to pursue the other options.
Yeah, the applicant has the option to apply another design review application to alternate the design and also meet the setback requirements and other standards.
Everybody to know that too.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Liang, and thank you, Mayor. On the second finding, where it says finding cannot be made because granting the variance could have negative impacts on the surrounding areas, what are the specific negative impacts that would occur in the surrounding areas?
So the zoning standards that was adopted by the city for and have been implemented for a long time, is to provide a harmony neighborhood and consistencies. So if we would grant the variance, then the proposed second-story deck will encroach into the required setback area that would interfere with the neighbor's air circulation and like light circulation. If that other property owner would not have those privilege, because we're granting a special privilege to this homeowner if we grant this variance.
And then the third finding, again, I just want to make sure that we all understand why the variance request was denied. What are some special circumstances? Because I think for number 3, it's saying the topography is not considered special circumstances that would deprive the property owner of privileges. And I'm curious, so I can understand as I deliberate and figure out maybe there are other special circumstances. What kinds of special circumstances would qualify here?
The special circumstance usually relates to the physical hardships exist on a property. If we find that with the special circumstance and we're strictly apply the standard development standards, then we would deprive the homeowner's privilege that other properties can enjoy, then that is the special circumstance that we think this finding can be made. But in this particular application, we again believe there is alternative design to achieve the same goal of the homeowner's family desire. So this is not considered special circumstance because they can still make it by meeting the setback requirements.
So is the standard then that if there are no other alternatives? Is that the
if there's
standard?
no other alternatives, the applicant must be granted with the variance in order to achieve their design or in order to have them enjoy the same privilege as other homeowners, then we can surely grant the variance because it can make the findings.
So if an applicant makes a variance request, our standard is we will only grant that request if it's the only option available to them.
Yes, that's
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, it's one of many factors. I mean, just because it's the only circumstance still doesn't mean they're going to get the variance. It's just a point in favor of the special circumstance. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes. And so
not-
we have to make a specific determination of that there's an actual hardship of the site. Specifically to Arboretum as it backs up to 21 Woods Lane, as the entire street has a hillside condition. So we are granting a variance, if we were to, that would provide this specific lot special privilege above all others. The ask here would typically, just in complete transparency, would usually result in doing a zone text amendment, which would provide for the benefit of all property owners within the immediate area and within that zoning district in order to make sure that we are no longer further granting special case-by-case circumstances to rectify something that's within our code.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question then, if my colleagues are done with their questions, and that is there was actually, it's not described as a variance, it's described as an administrative zoning code exception on the first floor. Can you describe that was granted to this property?
Sure. And I also have a backup slide here, probably can explain this matter better. This property, as Nick mentioned, that was developed before the annexation to the city. So it was developed under the County of Santa Clara's development standards in 2005. And at that time, the county has a less restrictive site setback requirements. So this house currently is considered legal non-conforming because the current setback of the house itself does not meet the city side setbacks. The existing side setback at the first story and also second story has a 15-foot side setback, where we require 20-foot side setback for the first story. So the zoning code has a one-time exception to allow the property owner under this circumstance to extend the addition or the deck in this case to align with the current non-conforming building footprint. So the homeowner includes a first-story deck expansion, and that is shown in this blue box, which is encroaching into the required first-story side setback. But due to that exception allowance, and the homeowner can build per this current design.
So we're not calling that a variance, we're calling it an administrative zoning code exception, which is essentially a concession that we've given them a one-time
For non-conforming
get out of
structures.
non-conforming jail card free. Okay, thank you. All right, I think we're done with questions. And so then the next step in the public hearing is I open the public hearing, and we're going to give the appellant a total of 10 minutes to speak. So that's the combination, the combination of all speakers. City clerk will be measuring the 10 minutes. And then we're going to have, council will ask questions for clarification of the appellant. And then we will go to public comment. The appellant will get a 5-minute rebuttal. And we will close the public hearing, progress from there. We may need to ask some clarifications of staff based on what we hear. So with that, if you're ready, we'll start your 10-minute presentation.
Good evening, council members. I'm Tom Karuba, Principal Architect with Square 3 Architecture. The homeowners, Marwin and Lisa Eways, are also present this evening, as is their attorney, William McClure. And they'd be happy to address any questions after my presentation. So as you can see on the screen, to start with, this is just a perspective of the proposed upper level deck and the lower level addition in the rear yard. Artist rendering that we did. These are a couple of key just existing photos of the home. One from the street, illustrating the home is about 12 feet below the level of the street, and a shot of the rear yard in the location of the proposed deck and addition. And just to point out, the property has very steep topography, and there's 57 feet from the top to the bottom. So the design objectives, the primary goal is to create an accessible private outdoor space connected to the main upper level living space with access to the yard. The current design prohibits the family, many of which are elderly and have special needs, from accessing the private outdoor area of the property and from the main upper level living space. The house has an inverted floor plan, so the main living spaces are on the upper level. The addition of a modest-sized roof deck adjacent to the main living spaces with stairs leading down to the yard will fulfill the objective of providing safe access without requiring a complete and costly redesign of the house. This is the proposed floor plan, just to illustrate the intended flow from the primary living space, the great room, the kitchen, breakfast, family area where the family spends the majority of their time and all the family gatherings occur. And you can see that it's a easy access to the proposed deck in the rear here. So the proposed design scheme, feasible construction. The design concept facilitates the construction of a deck, positioning it over a lower level addition, which conforms to the current one-story setbacks requirements on the first floor, utilizing conventional residential construction materials and methods. This simplifies the construction process and avoids the need for an elaborate steel structure to resist seismic lateral forces and avoids the removal of a protected oak tree, which is right here and should be noted. We feel this integrates very nicely with the existing architecture, and therefore the proposed setback of 16'6" that we are proposing is really a necessity for the design. This dashed line, incidentally, just illustrates where that 25-foot setback is and how it bisects the existing house, because the house was built according to the Santa Clara County setbacks in 2005. Why planning staff propose alternatives don't work. Planning staff claim there are alternative design options available for the proposed deck. One suggestion was the deck could be shifted to the north, which we feel would be misaligned with the primary living space, would require an awkward circulation flow, and would severely disrupt the family room layout and function. The deck support would be complicated, expensive, and would require much more elaborate and invasive addition on the lower level. And we frankly feel it wouldn't be consistent with the Los Altos design guidelines for additions. And finally, the tree would also have to be removed. Another thought was expanding this existing small terrace off the hallway. This is very far from the kitchen. It's just generally non-functional idea, and relocating the kitchen and family room to the other side of the house is just unreasonable and unsustainable. In terms of the findings, finding number one, a part of staff's reasoning for denial of finding number one states that the variance is not necessary because there are alternatives. Well, first, as previously discussed, and contrary to staff's opinion, there are no feasible alternatives. But more importantly, whether or not there is an alternative has no real bearing on whether you can make the finding for number one. The design of the proposed deck meets important objectives of the zoning plan set forth in Article 1 of Chapter 14. In particular, it's consistent with the following relevant objectives. F, to protect and enhance real property values within the city. Adding an accessible private outdoor space for the main level living space for enjoyment of the rear yard would be a tremendous enhancement to the real property value. It is currently very difficult to access the rear yard. And G, to conserve the city's natural beauty, to improve its appearance, and to preserve and enhance its distinctive physical character. Strict compliance with the new required 25-foot setback would shift the edge of the deck to the midpoint of the family breakfast kitchen space, impacting alignment with the lower level addition intended to support the roof deck. A shift would require offsetting the addition on the lower level or require the addition of an elaborate steel structure to support it, and we feel would be functionally awkward and architecturally incongruous. Shifting the roof deck further north would interfere with the protected oak tree and would require its approval. And finally, granting a variance will support a sustainable design of an outdoor deck that complies with the city's single-family residential design guidelines for remodels and additions so that they, quote, look as if the original house design included the addition. Finding number two, staff reasons that finding number two cannot be made because the variance could have impacts on the surrounding area because the project does not meet the zoning setback standards established to provide better ventilation, sound isolation, reduce lighting and glare, increase landscaping, and access to emergency services. Those are not legitimate reasons. The existing house impacts the landscape and emergency access, not the new deck that is 23 feet above the ground. And the variance is supported by the only neighbor that could be impacted on this side by sound or light. The deck is located entirely at the rear of the existing home and is not noticeable from public view. The proposed deck will increase safety and welfare for the owners and extended family with mobility issues by providing a safe and accessible means for indoor-outdoor family gatherings. The proposed roof deck does not pose any privacy issues, with the only affected side neighboring property by way of existing landscaping along the property line, and the deck includes a 5'6" high privacy wall on the side facing the neighboring property. Staff goes on to state that the adjacent properties with non-compliant second floor decks do not establish a pattern, yet they do, and they exist. As for the variance for 5750 Arboretum, it was the width of the lot that was the reason the Planning Commission approved a variance in the front yard for additional paving. It was the steepness of the lot. In finding 3, the special circumstances, which is the key finding, it is the steepness of the lot and the fact that the house was built in the county only 18 years ago with what are now non-conforming setbacks that necessitate this variance without completely redesigning the house. The reality is the only reason the Eways are seeking a variance is that their existing house was built in the county with what are now non-conforming setbacks. Had the house been built with a 25-foot setback, we would not be here because the deck would be able to be built adjacent to the family room. The Eways did not ask to have their property annexed to the city of Los Altos, and they should not be penalized for wanting to improve their home, which was legally constructed in 2005. There are 3 special circumstances applicable to this property which justify a variance. The home was built recently in 2005, not a home from the 50s or 60s. Yet because it was built to comply with the setbacks of the county, the home is non-compliant for its side yard building setbacks. This particular circumstance is unique to the city, and only a very small percentage of properties would have a similar situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's your 10 minutes. So I know you're not finished, but we did give the 10 minutes.
I'm
So
almost finished.
yeah, well, getting closer.
Yeah, the letter, it
Yeah.
has already been submitted, so it's in the.
Yeah, and we've seen the letters and everything. So I'm going to open it up for council questions for the appellant. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation.
Thanks.
My first question has to do with something that was in the application. The application claims that without the variance, if the council upholds the denial, it will diminish the overall value of the property. And I'm curious what the evidence is for that.
Well, right now, there's just no real good access to the outdoors from the upper level, which is the primary living space on the house. It's an inverted floor plan, so the bedrooms are on the first, most of the bedrooms are on the first floor. The upper level has like the kitchen, family, breakfast area. And right now, like to go outside and enjoy the yard, you have to traverse through the entire house. And like, just imagine if you were having a family gathering, the game is on and you want to barbecue or grill. It's just not easy to get to the outdoors, you know, with your family, especially if someone like has trouble walking and has to, you know, with a small, modest-sized deck we're presenting, it will just add a tremendous amount of value to the property that it
Okay,
doesn't have now.
so I think I understand the argument that would add value to the property, but the claim was that the denial of the variance will diminish the value. So
Well,
a
because-
denial of the variance maintains the status quo, doesn't it? And that would have no effect on the value of the property. Isn't that true?
Well, they wouldn't really have any good alternatives for meeting the goal of getting a good living space from their yard without the approval of the variance.
Okay, thank you. Could you please call up slide A2.02? And then if you would, please just zoom in on the proposed patio.
I'm not sure exactly which slide you're referring to.
It is labeled A2, 2.02.
Oh, you're talking about like from
It
the,
is
from the
entitled-
drawings?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll have to pull up the drawings.
The
Hold
sheet
on a
title is Proposed Upper Floor Plan.
second. What sheet again? I'm sorry.
2.02.
Is that good? Oh, sorry. I thought I was still sharing. I guess you cut me off.
And again, if you would please go ahead and zoom up on the proposed deck.
Right where the deck is.
Can you make it a little bit larger? Or a lot larger? Okay. So the portion of this drawing, which is entitled End Roof Deck, that's the deck which is proposed to be built if the variance is granted, correct?
Correct.
All right, and there are two dashed lines which are parallel and make a right turn. Those represent the borders of the wall underneath,
These-
which is
yeah.
the addition, the exercise room that
Yeah,
would
so
be
this
underneath
is
the
the
deck.
wall that is, yeah, correct. At
Okay.
the lower level addition that is in compliance with the lower level.
Okay, and then the dashed line, which is closest to the table, is the interior part of the wall, and the other dashed line is the exterior part of the wall, correct?
This line here.
No.
This is
Yeah.
the wall right here, yeah. The thickness of the wall.
Okay. What, you just, I guess you use your cursor, your mouse here. If your clients were to abide by the 25-foot setback, where would the wall have to be?
It would be like here, because remember, this is 20 feet at the lower level, but at the upper level, it's another 5 foot in. So it would be 5 feet over. It really is like kind of right in the middle of the family room. This drawing isn't a scale CAD drawing, so I can't tell you exactly where it is, but it's right around here. Because remember, this is at the 20-foot mark from the property line, so you'd have to come over 5 feet, which is about right here.
Okay, thank you. That's
You
all.
saw that one slide from my presentation that showed the
I
dash.
I
line.
heard you say it, but I couldn't see the dashes. You went through it quickly. It was very small.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I could bring that up real quick, just to show you.
Do we want him to bring it up?
Yeah, no, that's okay. I think
I think
got
we're
you.
gonna move on to
You
the,
see that dash line? That's where the 25-foot setback is, right here.
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. I'm looking at our Muni code, the Los Altos Muni Code 14.02.020, Section F, where it talks about to protect and enhance real property values within the city, and that's the objective we're required under our code. So I just want to make sure that your position is if this variance were to be granted, it would do these things.
Absolutely. I mean, to add an accessible private outdoor space for the enjoyment of the property would be a tremendous enhancement of their property value.
Thank you. And then we heard from staff about the alternatives that have been presented. And can you share with us the reasons, again, why those alternatives are not feasible for this project?
Go back to my slide that talks about that. So if you look at this diagram, this red line, so this red line would illustrate, as Councilmember Weinberg was asking before, this is where that 25-foot setback would be. So the deck would, at minimum, have to start here and be offset this way, which would be very incongruous with the architecture. You could see like the architecture generally has like these 3 bays in the back, and offsetting it would just be very awkward. It also would disrupt the way we were intending to support the deck with an addition on the lower level, and it kind of disrupts that floor plan and makes it a much more invasive remodel on the lower level that they don't really need. And then lastly, it requires you to remove a pretty nice, mature, protected oak tree right here by pushing the deck to the north.
Thank you, and that's it for me, Mayor.
Councilmember Daley.
Is this the only plan for that deck that you presented to your customers? Or did Square 3 do other optional designs in the early stages?
Normally we do, and I'd have to think back to when we were doing that. I don't think we actually presented too many other options because really there aren't a lot of options. When we first met with Marlon,
I just want to know if you presented other options. I'm not asking.
no, we didn't.
Oh, you didn't. Okay. That's fine. That's the only question I have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Liang, any questions? We'll go.
So you did say that the neighbor, if you were to be granted the variance, the neighbor on the side would not have a problem, correct?
Correct. He actually, and I believe it's part of the public record, had sent an email explaining his support of the project, and he was also attended the planning commission hearing and spoke in favor of the project.
He has COVID and he couldn't come tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Sometimes when we ask the questions, and even though it's in the packet, it's just because.
Sure, yeah.
The
And the neighbor on the
audience is not aware.
other side as well, which really isn't anywhere near the proposed upper level deck, also wrote an email with support of the project.
Thank you so much, and that was my question.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't have any questions for the appellant. So with that, we're going to move to public comment on this item. I don't have any cards for, oh, first we're taking public comment before rebuttal. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
The concern was the 25 feet. And then if you were to do the 20 feet, where would the line be?
It would be right here where this dash, where the wall of the lower level is.
Okay,
Because the first floor, the lower level setback is 20 feet. So it would start right here.
was that an option that the owners were open to
Well,
as
it's not
well?
an option because the setback on the upper level, the second story setback's 25 feet.
I understand, but it's just like, try to see how
No, I
other
mean, it's not an
options.
option because of the city code
Right.
requires the 25-foot setback.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I don't have any questions, so we're going to move to public comment. As I was saying, I don't have any speaker cards for this item, so if you're here to speak on this item, wave your hand. If you're online to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And speakers will get 2 minutes. I'm not seeing anyone in chambers to speak, and I'm not seeing any hands online. Okay, so we're going to close public comment.
He gets
on-
5 minutes rebuttal.
I know, I'm
Okay.
getting to it.
Okay.
You keep, I've got my order written down even. So, yes, I'm going to close the comment, and then we're going to give the appellant 5 minutes for rebuttal. So if you want to pick up where you left off, or you want to just make another, so you have 5 more
you guys
minutes,
have
and the
anything
city
you wanna
clerk
add?
is going to,
Thank you.
So my name is Bill McClure, and I represent the E-Ways. As part of my practice for 27 years, I was the city attorney for the city of Menlo Park. So I know Jolie through our city attorney work. I have a lot of experience with variances. Menlo Park's code is, and state law is essentially the same for variances. I think the problem we have with the staff recommendation is that it's incredibly narrowly construed that would virtually make it impossible to ever grant a variance for a second-story deck. But that's what variances are for. That's exactly what they're for, is to allow people to come in and present their situation to a city council like yourself or to a planning commission. We've presented the facts that would allow you to make the findings to approve a variance for this. It's up to you to make the decision whether to approve the variance or not. And it's not staff's determination, it's your determination. So we think that the facts have been presented is that, all of the houses in this neighborhood have the ability, especially the flat lots, which is the majority of the lots in the neighborhood, have the ability to walk out of a family room or a kitchen to an outdoor living area. That's the issue here, is this house is deprived of a usable outdoor living area that is adjacent to a family room and a kitchen. And that's what the E-Ways are trying to build here. And so they're deprived of that ability because of the topography and because the house was built in the county with a 15-foot setback. If the house had been built in the city with a 25-foot setback, they could build this deck, it would go right out from the family room, there would not be an issue at all. And so there is a special circumstance related to the fact that it was built in the county and it is an incredibly steep lot. The next door neighbor property got a variance because of the topography to put in additional paving in their front yard. It was the steepness of the lot, the topography. Your code talks about topography, as does state law, and all of the cities talk about topography. Topography and steepness is a special circumstance that warrants and gives you the ability to make the finding for this variance. The fact that they'd have to remove a heritage tree or a protected tree under your code, again, is a special circumstance that warrants giving this application, special consideration. The fact is that this doesn't increase the mass or bulk of the property. It's an open deck. The whole purpose of the setback on the second story is to avoid mass and bulk, as pointed out by the planning director. And that is you don't want a large second story too close to the property line. This doesn't do that. It's an open deck. The first floor addition is fully compliant with the code. It's at a 20-foot setback. That's what's required. It's only the second story deck that requires the variance. And so again, we think that the rationale for the setback, the higher setback, really shouldn't apply to a deck, especially if the neighbor is supportive of it and you can't see it from the street. So it's not visible to the public. It has no negative impact on the public. It has no negative impact on the neighbor, or they'd be here complaining about it, but instead they're supporting it. Their deck is 15 feet from the property line. This deck would be 15 feet. It's still a 30-foot separation between the buildings on both properties. In your R1 district, you have a 10-foot setback. You don't have a 25-foot setback. So it's not unusual to allow variances in these circumstances. And again, it's really up to you to make the findings, not the staff. So we request that you please approve the variance. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're going to close the public hearing. And I want to, do any of my colleagues have questions of clarification for staff now based on what we've heard? Nope.
Mayor?
Yes, City Attorney.
I just wanted to make a few comments based on the letters from the applicants. And, but, to clarify, yes, you are required to make the findings, and they need to be based on substantial evidence. So if you're going to grant this variance tonight, you need to make findings that support granting it per the variance findings. I also want to point out that there has been some comments about other it was in the application, I think it was the applicant's letter, that other houses have they've received variances, and that isn't a reason to grant this variance. So I want to make sure, because other people got a variance some other times ago, that you're granting it on that. And also, the conditions of the property, like for economic or financial hardship, it cannot be unique to the property owner. So wanting a deck that accesses the living room or the kitchen area, that is something that's personal to the applicant. And so you need to make sure your findings relate to the lot, the topography, the size and shape and all of that, because you don't grant, just like a use permit, you don't grant a variance because of the applicant, because these do run with the land. There would be, I think, being annexed in from the county, I don't see that as really a finding for granting the variance. That's just the circumstances of how they came into the city. And I'm trying to, I went through some others. I went through the precedent, I went through the economic or personal financial hardship. Has to be, it can't be, it needs to run with the land. Also, there is a rule of law that a self-induced hardship should not be a reason for a finding. And so just some of those kind of points. So if you go one way or another on this tonight, when you make your findings, that you make sure it is property related and it goes with the code and those findings that are found in the code.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. So we're going to start our deliberation. I'm willing to go first, but I'm also willing to have one of my colleagues go first if they would like to.
I can be quick.
Oh, go ahead then, Councilmember Daley.
I find it hard to believe that there aren't other options. And in fact, I find it really hard to believe that Square 3 didn't present multiple options. Having worked with Square 3 myself, I do understand how your firm generally operates and how most architecture firms operate. And given that the proposed deck doesn't conform with our code, that makes me even more inclined to think that at some point Square 3 would have presented some other options, maybe not fully fleshed out, maybe you didn't put as many hours into them as you did into this, but it would almost be negligent not to present other options to your client if they're asking for a deck that isn't, that doesn't conform to our code. And I tried, but I'm not really able to make the findings that are required. So I won't be able to support this request.
Thank you. Councilmember Daley, who would like to go next? Okay, I will go next. All right. So I will disclose, I used to be a design review commissioner for 4 years, and I was a planning commissioner for 4 years. So I'm familiar with this street, and in fact, I'm familiar with it from the Woods Lane side because I've walked the backs of the property before they locked it off to all of us. So, with that context, so variances are individual to each property. They don't set precedent, and so as the city attorney told us, it doesn't matter who got what variances, they don't relate to other variances. They don't set precedent. And variances are tied to the special circumstances of each property. And as the planning services director pointed out, that whole side of the street is hillside. And it's kind of interesting because they almost seem to alternate. One would be lower down like yours is, and one be closer to the street, et cetera. And so that kind of builds in some privacy to some extent with that arrangement, but I don't see a special circumstance. I will say that the proposed second floor deck actually increases the non-conforming portion of the house. And we already did grant an administrative zoning exception to the first floor for extending some nonconformity. So it's not like there wasn't some give and take in this design process. Decisions that we make are not just about today's neighbors. They're about the properties. And as I said, I've walked on Woods Lane behind this. There are going to be properties there that have neighbors in it, and they're not here to speak for themselves today. And maybe the other properties sell and somebody else. I actually have some concerns about the wall on that deck that is proposed as, because that house is so much closer to the street, that deck is very intrusive to your neighbor, whether they're agreeable to that or not. The Design Review Commission struggled with decks and balconies, and in fact, for a long time, they were trying to make decks be passive features because decks create great privacy violations. And by not only do you have the downstairs deck, but I mean, we all have patios, whatever. So, I mean, whether it's a patio or a deck, pretty much everyone has those. But rightly or wrongly, the Design Review Commission was moving away from non-passive second floor decks. So it is not actually an entitlement in the city to have outdoor living space on both the downstairs and the upstairs decks. Again, the design review is no more, but that I'm just reminding everybody that that was one of the things that we even looked at when we were putting objective standards in place. So with that, I would say, and also if the goal is to get downstairs, then, you know, from the upstairs living area, then you don't need such a large deck to do it. I mean, there's ways to put stairs in there. And I would also say, so as you can probably tell from where I'm going, I cannot make findings to support, I'm upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the variance. I think that's, in my opinion, what is the right decision here. Our zoning means something, and we did give that administrative zoning exception already to work with the homeowners. Okay, who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I largely concur with Councilman Daley and the mayor. We have a zoning code, and it is the responsibility of this council to uphold the rules and regulations that we have established. I think that granting the variance request, as the mayor said, would increase the nonconformance of the property. I think that's something we should strive to avoid. In looking at sheet A202, at least half of the area that would have been a nonconforming encroachment is dedicated for the use of planter boxes. I'm sure that it would look very nice, but in my opinion, that's not justification to grant a variance. Ultimately, I'm not able to find make even one of the findings required to justify a variance, let alone all three. So I will be voting to uphold the denial.
Thank you, Mayor. And I intentionally wanted to go fourth, I guess, because unlike my colleagues who have spoken, I am definitely in the camp of wanting to not uphold the Planning Commission's denial and actually grant the variance request. I am more aligned, and I know most, if not all of us, have watched the Planning Commission meeting, and so I am 100% more aligned with 3 of the 6 commissioners who indicated that they were also supportive of granting the variance requests and only joined the other 3 in denying the appeal in order to move this forward so that it would come to City Council. And so I'm very persuaded by the arguments presented by the applicant from my review of the different codes extensively. I respect what my colleagues have said And as I said, I really wanted you to go before I did, but I'm still not convinced that the right decision for this variance request is to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. You know, as someone who was staff for a public entity, I have a lot of respect and appreciation for the work staff does. But I also know and remember there were many times that we would go to the governing body and the governing body would appreciate our work but not agree with us, and that's okay, right? And so in this case, I am very comfortable not agreeing with staff and staff's recommendations. Some points I want to put on the record, even though it's obvious that there are at least three council members who will uphold the Planning Commission's decision. One, I do think this is a classic example of why variances were created. It's the exception. And I do agree that if we make it too narrow, then our residents who do have special circumstances like the applicants will not be able to get a variance when, for me, it's evident that they should. We also have a unique situation here where we have all the neighbors that would be potentially impacted. And again, there is still, as we saw from the diagrams and the presentation from the applicant's team, that there is still enough distance, even if this variance were to be granted, between the applicant's home and the neighbors' homes. So I agree with the mayor when she says this is not just for today's residents, but future residents. But even considering future residents, there's nothing that I've seen or that indicates, especially with what's happening right now with we're reducing our setbacks. A lot of homes are getting closer to each other. There's nothing that I've seen here for me that would say even for future residents, this would be a negative impact. And so I am very persuaded by the current neighbors supporting it. Normally you have neighbors lining up opposing it. We have letters and correspondence supporting it. And I think for me, that's very compelling. I also think there are special circumstances here. I could go through 14.76.70 and I could make the findings. I don't think there's been any evidence showing that it would be detrimental to health, safety, or welfare of persons living here. I also think there are special circumstances that are unique to this property that justify this variance request. But in light of the fact that majority or more of council members will uphold, I will stop here. I am disappointed because I do think this unique circumstance justifies granting a variance, and this was the intent of variances under the law. So I won't take the time to try to create the findings because there isn't support for it. But I have to say I'm very disappointed. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang.
So I came here and I was inclined to uphold the denial, like the other three council members. And I do understand how important it is to look at variance requests case by case. What is important is, for me, preservation of historic trees. And I really felt that that wasn't really an option if we were to consider that option. What I was trying to get at is possibly the option of perhaps the 20-foot setback. And I asked you, that way it would be aligned with the structure underneath. And maybe our council members would be open to that. I thought it was important to make sure that we have access for, to think about ADA or to help people to stay in their home longer and to provide outdoor enjoyment. We're approving developments because we're saying these rooftop amenities are important. And so this is similar to you asking for a residential rooftop amenity. The other thing was, what was important is that perhaps the administrative zoning exception, it could have been, like, if you had an attached ADU at the bottom, you'd be 4 feet from your neighbors. And then you could have had the administrative zoning exception on the top, and, if it was reversed. So that's why I looked at it like maybe we should work with the homeowners more and try to make it where it works for everyone involved. And it worked for your neighbors, it worked for you, and unfortunately, it didn't work for the majority of the council here tonight.
Okay, so can I have a motion then?
I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos denying appeal number 23-0001 and upholding the Planning Commission's denial of design review and variance applications for residential improvements to an existing single-family residence at 5790 Arboretum Drive. And there was one amendment that needed to be made based on the Q&A, wasn't there? Or am I thinking of a different resolution?
I don't recall.
Vice Mayor, I think you're referring to the date which we would reconcile before the mayor signs off on it.
Okay.
Okay, I will second the motion.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
No.
Councilmember Liang?
No,
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2 with Councilmembers Fliger and Liang opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to item number 4. We're going to move slowly so they can leave the room. Okay, so now this is also a public hearing, so staff, if you want to start the presentation.
All right, good evening, council. Nick Zorns, Development Services Director. So I'm gonna at least somewhat cover is that the first chunk of the presentation I'm gonna use to just quickly go over a lot of the things that we've talked about over the last year and a half in regards to the housing element. As we've quickly learned is that there's more and more community members just getting involved in this process and needing some of the background and understanding of where we have been, where we're at, and where we need to go. So with that, this is going to be the housing element implementing ordinance. So background is on January 24th, earlier this year, the City Council adopted the 6-cycle housing element. Contained within the adopted housing element are various programs. Contained in this ordinance, we are implementing 5 of the required programs as certified in our adopted element. So the quick housing element overview is that a housing element is one of the 7 main elements that is required within a city's general plan. The housing element specifically has a review window, which is different from all other elements, which means that it needs to be reviewed every 8 years in order to make sure a city is on track for implementing its housing projections, essentially. The state level version of what development services is locally at the City of Los Altos is called the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. They are the reviewing body and approval authority over our housing element. For obviously background is that the city did obtain housing element approval and certification on September 6th, earlier this month. So the main components of the housing element are what is depicted on the screen, and we're going to go over some of those main components in the following slides. As some background though, as the council is well aware and several of the community members that are in the chambers this evening, is that the formal kickoff of the housing element process actually began 2 years ago in August of 2021, and actually began at the end of 2020 when we originally released our RFP for looking for our consultants, which inevitably was Lisa Weiss Consulting. Just to kind of go over the high level of some of our outreach efforts that have happened over the course of the last 2 years is we had various pop-up events, focus group meetings, small group meetings, community workshops, and city council and planning commission study sessions. Additionally, some of the additional community engagement efforts that actually took place at the end of last year was based on preliminary feedback that we received from HCD, as well as additional input that was provided by multiple community groups and individuals during the initial review window that was done by the state last year. Additionally, just wanted to make sure that we cover is that there have been several public hearings that have discussed this item. Predominantly when we initially started this was in April of 2022, so approximately about a year and a half ago is when we started the public hearing process. And since that time, we have done 8 major public hearing dates that have been publicly noticed and participated. The main components is that I do want to obviously make sure that we touch on because these have been really critical milestones that we have had to overcome in order to finally obtain housing element certification at the beginning of this month. And that was that we actually went under 5 main reviews, 3 of which are statutorily guaranteed and provided of a 90-day review window for the first review and subsequent reviews is 60 days. We did get a informal review that was done in August, and then we actually received final concurrence from the 5th review once we submitted, like I said, at the beginning of September. So one of the main components is the site's inventory or the rezone of parcels within the city. The big term that a lot of folks end up coming to know is RHNA, or the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. There's also the RHNA Housing Needs Assessment, so it's the assessment that leads to your allocation. So this is something, though, that I do want to at least acknowledge is that property owners are not necessarily required to participate in if they are included on the inventory. Some folks do reach out and want to be put on the inventory, but this is not something that is required in order to actually be placed on there. Additionally, there's obviously various requirements in order to be a site that is actually put onto the inventory, and everything is guided based upon the technical guidance that HCD publishes for all jurisdictions to comply with. So the site methodology that is required is kind of 4 main components. Is what is the allowed use, is residential uses allowed? What is the parcel, is it vacant or underutilized? And then also a component is the improvement to land value. It needs to be less than the 1 to 0. And then also there's another trigger point of it being built before 1980, so kind of an age threshold. Additionally, is there a parcel that is not an existing use for residential and something like a park or a utility or a school, something that really has very strict and limiting potential for redevelopment. And then obviously access to infrastructure. In the city of Los Altos, we probably will not have a single parcel that would ever qualify for that. That particular kind of checkbox is more so for unincorporated county areas or edge cities that actually have true infrastructure connection challenges. It's not really something when you're in the urban suburban development area of a county that would ever qualify for that. So housing element requirements, and it's the main 3 components that we've talked about previously is the goals, policies, and programs that shape what we're going to do, how we're going to do, and when we're going to do it. And the three main components of what is guiding and requiring this particular draft ordinance tonight is goal number 3, which is to remove constraints to the development of housing. The policy 3.0, which is to promote housing through city regulation, promote housing goals through city codes, ordinances, and policies that enable housing production. And policy 3.2, which is to modify the zoning code to assist in meeting the housing needs and ensure that the zoning code provisions assist in meeting those housing needs of residents, including those with special needs. Kind of like what I already briefly touched on is your housing program pretty much needs to cover what you have to do, when you're going to do it, what are the specific steps that you're going to take to accomplish what you need to do, funding sources, and ultimately where you're going to result in at the finish line of that particular program. So digging into specific programs that are actually requiring and necessitating tonight's proposed ordinance is program 3B, which is to modify the building heights of the mixed-use zoning districts. This is to incorporate the recommended height increases that were identified in the downtown vision plan, which are articulated on the slide on the screen currently. And then further, program 3B, which was something that the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, required specifically of the city to incorporate based on comments that were received in either the first or the second round of review that was done by the state, which was that we needed to provide a specific height increase to the CN district because that is not something that is identified in the downtown vision plan. And we were required to be able to increase that by 10 feet, which would then also result in an additional story count. Something that was also incorporated is what is identified in the red bold underlined text, which is to maintain first floor commercial uses and accommodate residential uses on upper floors to provide as mixed use development. I've provided the city council with a memo that I will be going over later in this slide that helps to help facilitate that and potentially a suggested modification that will address some of the concerns of the community as well as further implement this program. And then obviously the last one that is important, as there has been questions in the council Q&A, is we are required to specifically remove the additional setback requirements that is identified in the CN district other than the base setbacks that are included in the text. So program 3C is explicit that it states that we must remove the floor area ratio, FAR restriction, at the Rancho Shopping Center and Woodland Plaza. These two shopping centers are the only two that have an FAR limitation of 35 on them, and that is what is required of this program. Program 3F is that the city will amend the zoning code to allow housing as a permitted use. So this is to reduce and to simplify and streamline housing review and making that a permitted use. Residential mixed use in the CN district is one that specifically needs to be moved from a conditional use to a permitted use by right. Program 3G, this is not something that has a lot of specific details as it's something that had to be peeled back a little bit and modify the conditional use permit section for the required findings, as well as then designating when a conditional use permit is required for a housing development if it's specific to a specific housing type or in a specific location, that the review authority is designated to the Development Services Director. And then program 3N, which is to modify the standards in the R3 zoning districts. This is to specifically increase the building heights and allowing an additional story, as well as increasing all site coverage within all of the R3 zoning districts in order to ensure maximum densities to be achieved. So specifically going back to the commercial neighborhood district, as that's where we've received quite a bit of public discussion, as well as even last week myself and Gabe England conducted a fairly impromptu community meeting at the community center That meeting was intended to be a small group of a handful or two of residents and resulted in 70 residents in the Grand Oak Room of the Community Center. We had a healthy discussion, public comment, and back and forth. Of about an hour and a half discussion. So the commercial neighborhood district does currently allow for the commercial, office, retail, residential, and mixed use uses in the zone. I will clarify is that the residential, or what is referred to in that section as housing, and mixed use are currently allowed in the under the provisions of a conditional use. But as articulated in the previous program of the housing element is that we must move those uses from a conditionally allowed use to a permitted use by right. But to further explain the land use kind of particulars is that we have a permissive zoning code. So if it is listed in the permitted by right section essentially, or the conditional use section, is that that's permissible in the zoning district. We do not have housing or mixed use in a prohibited section of the ordinance. So it is allowed. So that's why it's saying it's allowed, not permitted, or not conditionally allowed. It's just falls into between essentially the two. Specific to the Rancho Shopping Center, as I previously notated, is that the floor area ratio is set at a maximum of 0.35 or 35% of the total land area. That is something that was established by the City Council in May of 1989. And there is limited legislative history from the meeting minutes from that time, and the excerpt that I provided was the intent is to control future commercial growth. That was what was articulated during the final motion when the council accepted those changes. Parcel characteristics, though, just for disclosure purposes, is it's just over a 6-acre site. The original main portions of the building were built in the 1950s prior to city incorporation. The improvement to land value is well within what is allowed under the guidance of HCD. And then the maximum unit capacity is set in the housing element as 237, but a realistic unit calculation was conservatively projected at 82. That's to accommodate for the potential of the entire site not being redeveloped, or the integration and retention of new commercial or non-residential uses on the site, as well as the potential that only portions of the existing surface parking lot could be developed initially, and then full retention of the existing commercial uses on the site. So objective standards, as there has been concern that's been brought up by the community. So for obviously historical and information sharing purposes, is that the objective design standards, which were finally adopted in late 2021, which does address all of the 15 main components that are articulated on the slide currently. So these are things for the building placement, the building massing, privacy, adjacency, and design characteristics for facades that are facing or adjacent to the R1 zoning districts. Additionally, there's obviously landscaping requirements, ground level open space, which then ties it into the pedestrian orientation, and then general site circulation and access. So environmental analysis is something that was brought up as a potential concern by the community. As the council is aware, is that on January 24th, 2023, we did adopt a mitigative negative declaration, an MND, as a part of the environmental component to our 6-cycle housing element, which does address the potential environmental impacts associated with the housing element and potential future growth and development and build out of the plan. But future environmental analysis that would be required for a project-specific application would be something specific, which is usually one of our number one issues that we hear from any community member with any larger deployment of a project, which is traffic impacts. The city council is aware that we also approved and adopted our new VMT policy, which further implements the new way to evaluate traffic impacts in the state of California. And we did that earlier this year, but the traffic impacts associated with any redevelopment of a site such as this size or with a unit threshold such as this would actually require an independent traffic evaluation to be conducted, which would address the vehicle miles traveled. As the high level to cover our risk, liability, noncompliance, and loss of permitting authority, as we've talked before, there's also the additional concern of builder's remedy, is that this is something that was established in the Housing Accountability Act of 2017, and the applicability of standards is really where this comes into play. The planning world refers to this in common terms as a zoning vacation, meaning that any of our development standards such as building height, parking standards, building articulation, any of our design guidelines are null and void while we are found to be in non-compliance with our housing element, or if we are decertified, or if we are under review by HCD if we were to be decertified. Currently, we obviously have a certified housing element, so we are not susceptible to new builder's remedy applications. However, the city is in receipt of one builder's remedy application on First Street. And for that particular project, I will share with the council, is a 6-story development that was submitted to the city. I will further share is that we received that after the applicant had been given subjective feedback prior to 2022 in various iterations of their project, and they knew about builder's remedy, and they pulled their previous application and submitted with a brand new one that added an additional level of housing, did not provide additional parking, but did add an additional 3 units of residential units on the site. High level of our penalties for noncompliance beyond just builder's remedy is the financial penalties, which can be applied by a court as a multiplier of 6, lawsuits and attorney's fees that can be brought upon us by housing right organizations, developers, and directly from HCD. Loss of state funding sources, such as our local transportation improvements, SB1 grants, regional transportation funding, among others. The loss of permitting authority through general plan inadequacy, which would put us into court receivership. So this is something that does obviously weigh in the delicate balance. As in the last 2 years, HCD has been given direct enforcement authority. Previously, HCD had to work in collaboration and consultation with the Attorney General's office. They now have essentially proactive code enforcement, which is allowed to bring us into compliance independently, as they now have that authority. Active legal actions that we have discussed previously at the City Council earlier this year, and several of these cases are still open, pending, or have been reopened and reestablished by new cases brought on by different nonprofits and housing advocates in the Bay Area. Various of these are some of our neighboring jurisdictions on the peninsula, as well as around the Bay Area in general. So the rezoning due date, there was public comment as well as recent discussion about that we're moving quicker or faster than we actually have to. That is inaccurate. All of the dates that are in the adopted housing element are now null and void. The city was not found to be in substantial compliance with the housing element within 120 days post adoption deadline, which was January 31st, 2023. So at the end of May, we were required to be found in substantial compliance, or 120 days after the adoption deadline. We were not found to be in compliance for a few more months. And because of that, instead of having the maximum of a 3-year term to complete all of our rezones during the 8-year cycle, we have now been elevated to the 1-year due date. So everything that necessitates a rezone in the city of Los Altos must be completed by January 31st, 2024. Otherwise, the city will be susceptible to receiving a notice of violation for noncompliance of not implementing our adopted housing element as certified. There also was a request to be able to delay the adoption of this ordinance for at least 90 days for whatever type of evaluation was requested in public comment. There is only 81 business days between now and our rezoning due date of January 31st, 2021. So staff does not advise the council to delay the adoption of any of the rezoning ordinances, as we have several others that will need to be undertaken in the next 4 months. So the draft ordinance and next steps is that the draft ordinance does incorporate key provisions into the Los Altos zoning code, and that the draft ordinance does accomplish 5 of the major programs that are required in our certified housing element. As I mentioned previously, is that based on some of the public comment that had been received in the last 2 to 3 weeks, is that staff does feel that we have some suggested changes to the ordinance that will be able to potentially address some of those concerns, while also meeting our requirements that are established in the housing element, which would then further also protect us from any susceptibility of a notice of violation or decertification by the state. So I'm going to go over the next 3 slides to be able to articulate what was provided in a memo to the City Council late this afternoon. This was also published as a part of the agenda packet where we post the council Q&A, so the public does have access to this, as well as obviously we were sharing this in our presentation tonight. So the bullet point is to remove the allowance of residential only developments from the permitted use section within the CN district. And then as such, because we would be removing the provisions for permitted use of residential only developments, we would not need to establish residential only building heights, which are in the height section of that portion of the ordinance. Additionally, it is recommended, or suggested rather, that if we are wanting to further accomplish and incentivize the creation and retention of commercial uses at the Rancho Shopping Center specifically, and throughout the CN district, is that we include language that is consistent with SB 167, or the Housing Accountability Act, which establishes a definition of what mixed-use developments are. This would establish, for simple explanation, is that the development would be required to maintain or provide 1/3 of the total square footage provided on site as commercial, and that the remaining 2/3 of total square footage would be designated as a residential use. So that then qualifies a project under the HAA, or the Housing Accountability Act, as defined within SB 167. Additionally, then this is something that we can actually do and is something that the council can consider as a suggested modification, is that we can, if the other provisions and suggestions are accepted by the council, we can modify the floor area ratio section of the ordinance, which would then still establish that mixed-use developments do not have a maximum floor area ratio within the commercial neighborhood district. However, for any non-residential only, so if someone were to redevelop a CN property only establishing non-residential or commercial uses, then the maximum 35% floor area ratio will be maintained. So essentially, the only way to get the no floor area ratio, as we committed ourselves in our housing element, is to be able to provide explicitly a mixed-use development that's consistent with the Housing Accountability Act. So with that, the next steps would be for the council tonight to formally introduce the draft ordinance. And then this would return to the city council on October 10th for the second reading or adoption of the ordinance. And with that, staff is available for questions.
All right, which of my colleagues? Councilmember Daley.
Thank you, Director Zorns. I have a question regarding SB 167 and your memo this afternoon. The ratio of 1/3 to 2/3. How is that presented in the code? Where I'm going is, I think 1/3 may be too much commercial, insofar as I would personally like to see a 5-story building with commercial on the bottom floor, and commercial would then be 20%. What do you suggest we do, or do we have any latitude relative to that ratio?
In order to qualify as mixed-use development is that at least 2/3 of the property has to be residential use. So the council could direct the suggestion to be a 20% maximum for commercial. So then the resulting 80%.
How about if we just use that phrase, at least?
Yep.
Right? At least 2/3 residential.
Yep.
That's all? Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Zorns, thank you very much for the presentation, and more so, thank you very much for all the work that you and your staff have been putting in, not just on this ordinance, but on the housing element update and all the implementing ordinances that we've already seen and that are still yet to come. Program 3C of the housing element reads in part, the city will create new development standards reflective of a mixed-use zone that requires both commercial and residential uses for the Rancho Shopping Center and Woodland Plaza properties. Are the changes that you propose in the memo that was sent this afternoon and that you discussed at the end of your presentation, do those changes require both commercial and residential uses for both Rancho and Woodland?
I'm sorry, can you just re-ask it just to make sure that I answer it concisely?
So my reading of the ordinance that went in front of the Planning Commission, and that was a part of the packet, is that we have not required that any new development at Rancho or Woodland be both commercial and residential. Do the changes that you outlined in your memo this afternoon and at the end of your presentation tonight, will those changes require both commercial and residential uses for Rancho and Woodland?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If the council adopted the proposed implementation ordinance, then under current state law, what is the maximum height and maximum number of stories that a developer can build at Rancho? And in answering that question, please assume that a developer is going to ask for some kind of a density bonus in terms of height and stories.
The housing element establishes that we will increase the CN zoning district a minimum of 10 feet or 1 story. The existing height of the zoning district for CN is 30. So that technically would be a result of a bare minimum of what we committed in our housing element would be a 40-foot structure under zoning. Our local zoning code establishes an on-menu density bonus concession, which would allow for a developer to request an 11-foot height increase, which would then result in an additional story. So the maximum under our code, once fully implemented from our housing element with the bare minimum provisions included, would be a 51-foot structure and 5 stories.
Okay,
However, I will at least inform the council is that it was written to provide the mixed-use development an additional 5 feet above the 10-foot minimum that is required. I will further back up a little bit as I just went to the state planning conference, and planners all around the state are talking about creating what was also discussed at the community meeting last week on Thursday, is how do we incentivize a developer to create mixed-use development at the Rancho Shopping Center. But the caveat is we would like to maintain the local provisions that are in our zoning code. If we can keep a developer incentivized enough to utilize the standard development regulations that are codified in the Los Altos Municipal Code, we may avoid them deploying concessions, waivers, and incentives under the state density bonus law, which is above and beyond what our on-menu concessions are within our ordinance. So it's creating the regulatory environment and moving it from the discretionary basis to the ministerial review window for projects. So it is multi-pronged, and I know that's a little bit more than what you asked, but I think it is important at least to acknowledge that as a part of the conversation tonight.
And I appreciate that, and I followed what you were saying, but there's a lot of people online tonight who I think don't have the background, certainly not the technical expertise that you do, and the level of involvement that the council has been kind of forced to have over the past couple of years. So I think what I'm hearing you say is that under current law, it is possible that a developer could build a mixed-use development, which would be 5 stories.
That's correct.
Could it be 6 stories under existing law?
Under the government code 65915, yes, they could request it to go above and beyond.
I'm going to ask the public to please, no muttering. We're trying to make sure we can hear. So you could go outside and have a sidebar, but right now, let's please focus on the conversation with the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Director Zorns, a moment ago, you talked about incentivizing a developer to include retail and commercial. What are some of the incentives that the city council could adopt as a policy to incentivize the developer?
There are 3 main that were even discussed at the state level planning conference that all developers statewide are looking for. Is a reduction in height, or a reduction in parking. We wish it was that one. A reduction in parking and an increase in building height, and some form of fee reduction.
Madam City Attorney, would it be appropriate for us to talk about possible incentives tonight, or is that beyond the scope of what we've agendized?
I would say that it would be when we would come back with something. Yes, because this is not going to be doing the incentives. This is just the zoning, so that would be something else we would have to look at.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then finally, Director Zorns, yesterday and earlier today, the council received some public comment regarding the proposed changes to Chapter 14.80 of the Municipal Code. Could you please explain in simple terms what those proposed changes are and what they're intended to accomplish?
Can you repeat the code section just so I can make sure I pull it up?
14.80.
So the chapter 1480 in general, for those that don't have the section online, is our use permit or conditional use permit chapter for the city, which has general provisions that are established for all conditional use permits, as well as for specific ones enacting or regulating conditional uses in the city. The majority of all of the red lines that are implementing the housing element are changing titles, area of notification, and establishing the designation and review authority consistent with the housing element as that's been established earlier this year. So it's really just further establishing what we already guaranteed in our housing element and really kind of cleaning up some of the outdated language that is throughout the rest of that chapter.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Zorns. I do want to pick up on one of the questions the Vice Mayor asked, because I'm hearing two different things, and I want to make sure that we as the decision makers and our residents understand. Based on the suggested ordinance changes that were sent this afternoon, and I unfortunately didn't see them before the meeting, but I think they're pretty simple and self-explanatory. Are you now saying that a developer will be required to do mixed-use development there? A developer could not come in and do 100% residential in the Rancho Shopping Center.
That is correct if the council were to incorporate the suggested changes.
And what changed between the Planning Commission meeting and what we heard before that we couldn't require it to now? I really want to understand what allowed for this change, and to also understand if we're committing to other things and other trade-offs by requiring mixed use for this site.
I would say nothing significantly changed. The mixed-use requirements and provisions that are established in the Housing Accountability Act have been in there since 2017. We would just be incorporating it in. The way that the existing ordinance is set up for the CN district, and kind of going back to it quickly right now, is that the existing uses is kind of funny, is that the conditional uses, there's the previous letter C says housing located above the ground floor. Well, obviously that means that housing's not on the first floor, and I'm assuming it's not levitating. So that's a mixed use project. And then we have previous letter F, which then says explicitly mixed use project. So again, those are duplicative. So the intent is that based what I was trying to kind of incorporate and clean up in our code, as we know we have a lot of outdated things, was that we're talking about housing specifically located above the ground floor, and then we're talking specifically in the existing ordinance is about mixed use projects being allowed. And so really it was kind of creating still that line item and that provision that would allow for standalone housing development, as well as the mixed use, which in our housing element, we did establish that we would maintain commercial uses or the potential for those commercial uses on the site. So it is accomplishing the full intent of what the housing element does allow for. However, though, because we are limiting essentially the regulatory environment of the permitted use section of the zoning ordinance now, is that a developer would not have the standalone option to do housing. They'd have to do mixed use. So potentially a developer could go for state density bonus law and request a concession to not provide commercial or non-residential uses as a part of their project and still establish a 100% residential development. In general terms, there's been more success with creating the open-ended permitted use section where it allows for both residential as a standalone building on the site and then the standalone mixed use component, or even standalone of a single building being commercial, rather than looking at it as separate sites, rather than each individual building is kind of chipping away at what's allowed under the permitted use section.
Thank you, Mr. Zorn. So I want to make sure I understand on the density bonus laws. So it is possible, even with the suggested ordinance language that staff presented this afternoon, that a developer could seek a concession to not include commercial.
That's correct.
And so going back to the Vice Mayor's point about incentives, and City Attorney, I know we're not discussing that this afternoon, but is that where the focus on incentives would be, to incentivize developers to stick with the mixed use?
Yeah, that would be correct, because essentially what you would potentially end up doing is, so actually the council has essentially an incentive that I already put before, and I would recommend to move forward with the additional 5 feet provision, because actually you do need that for a commercial viability to have, no one's renting a 10-foot ceiling, first floor commercial. They always need a little bit more headroom essentially. And that is essentially an increase in height that would be looked at as an incentive that was already in front of you tonight. So you could move forward with that. And that helps establish the mixed use as independent and an incentive for a developer to deploy that. If they want to use state density bonus law, the amount of concessions or incentives that they are awarded under the government code is a sliding scale based on how many affordable units they provide on the site. But if we have an established mixed use only, as the suggested changes would incorporate, with the 45-foot height, they then would have to establish, if they needed even more height, they would have to then ask for another incentive, concession, or waiver to increase the height beyond that if they want to deviate. So they'd already used one for their elimination of commercial uses, and then if they want more height, then they're going to have to use another one of the provisions that's awarded to them under the law. So they're going to have to continue to keep chipping away at it, where they wouldn't have to do that under the mixed use provisions because it's already incentivized for that standalone type of a development.
I understand. Picking up on Councilmember Daly's question, is there a way for us to, since it has evolved since it went to the Planning Commission, to specify a % of the site that should be used for commercial versus residential?
Yes, so the council would not really be able to allow for more than 1/3 of the site to be for commercial. You could reduce that, but you cannot really increase it. Otherwise, the applicability of a housing development would not then qualify for the Housing Accountability Act. So you're essentially preempting a developer from deployment of the HAA, or kicking them into submitting something much bigger than we would be able to forecast or project, as a part of their kind of as close to what our local regulations would cover.
Okay. And then my last question, Mayor, just on the height. So full transparency and keeping it simple for everyone. With the state density bonus law, so I understand the proposal is to cap it at 45. And of course, to incentivize them separately, to have them do mixed use would add that additional 5. I'm curious if as part of our incentive discussion, and I know we're not doing it tonight, is that something we would be able to do to incentivize developers from not exceeding a certain height? Because I know that is a concern of many residents. How do we keep the height of whatever is built at the rancher site in the future to no more than X stories or feet? What are some of the things we can do as a governing body to help or encourage that it doesn't go above a certain number of stories or height?
So very interesting is the zoning administrator hearing that I conducted the day before the Planning Commission hearing. There was a design review application for a single-family home building a 2-story structure. One of the adjacent nearby neighbors came out and said, well, has the city ever thought about removing the lot coverage in FAR in the single-family zoning districts, or increasing the allowance of lot coverage in FAR in the single-family zoning districts in order to incentivize single-story development? So the trade-off is, and there's really nothing else in the planner toolbox if you're really wanting to kind of create it in the regulations versus policies and incentives that have dollar signs attached to them. is really if you're not going to allow them to build up, you have to allow them to cover more. And that's inevitably what we were looking to try and achieve, obviously, as the FAR limitation of the 35% is incredibly restrictive.
And then my last question, or did I just say that previous question was my last question? Mr. Zorns, where do we go from here? So I understand, because unfortunately, even though we strongly believe we had a substantially compliant HEU by the deadline, unfortunately, we have to rezone by January 2024, and so that's what we're doing. So we're not in violation of the state laws. But assuming council approves this ordinance and we do the second reading and it gets approved and adopted, what happens next? Because we're hearing from residents their concern about what will, if, go into this particular site. What, if anything, happens next with regards to Rancho after we've adopted this ordinance? Assuming we do.
So, like I said, I'm going to cover a couple things that I think do play significant contributing factors into why a developer might wait or participate in the process. Is we are currently undergoing a comprehensive fee study update in the city, which could be some of the financial incentives that the council will not be able to establish without Nexus. So we do need actually that, which is already undergoing, and we can incorporate essentially a provision in there to study or know what is our maximum threshold. But if we know what our threshold is, can we then incentivize a lower threshold for if you are doing mixed use of a certain development? So there's that, and that's already undergoing, and that's been going on for the last about 3 months, but it's not going to return or really be in the public's view for several more months because there's a lot of background kind of statistician work that I am not a part of. And then additionally, we are reviewing our inclusionary housing ordinance. Right now, that has been underway since January of this year. And that is also looking at the financial feasibility and structure of developing affordable units within the city of Los Altos. So that's also another process that we can review more sensitively with the lens of how do we use this to incentivize some of the developments that we're wanting to see, or in certain areas development. So, are you creating some type of special financial incentives for a specific area and corridor to be able to help the revitalization of a certain area? So those two are really big projects that are already undergoing right now. And significantly, obviously, to make sure that we, have somewhat in place something was when we did take the action of the VMT policy, which was something that actually does have a lot of benefit to it. We just haven't been able to apply it yet because we haven't had a new project that would need to trigger that. But that is going to be something that significantly helps to address the traffic impacts and concerns of an actual project. And that's not necessarily an incentive, but it is something that's a part of the overall criteria that helps a developer see, okay, well, I'm actually triggering a mitigation measure, but how can I actually overcome that? And sometimes that results in actually their own self-initiated modification of a project because of what CEQA ends up requiring of them.
So just to make sure I understand, so after we've done our part, we would still need a developer to bring forward an application. There's a whole pre-application process. We're making a lot of changes in our codes, and it's possible an applicant may want to wait to see what those codes look like. So there's another process or processes that would be subsequent to us adopting the ordinance that obviously would have the community engaged as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're done? Okay. Councilmember Liang, I wouldn't go to you, but I want to piggyback to one of her questions if I can. Just one question, then I'll go to you, and then I'll do mine. You want me to do all mine? Yeah. Okay. All right. So to piggyback on the scenario, and I think I heard you when you talked about incenting mixed use, and on a site you're getting development, and we're measuring it on the site as a whole, not building by building. So one could have a mixed use, I'm just gonna say front section with all residential in back, and this would, in theory, be consistent with what we're trying to build in. So we're not saying every single building would be mixed use on the bottom and residential above. It would be the site as a whole would have some proportion. Is that what I heard? Yes.
Yeah, and I do
Okay.
want to just give, it's a very large example, but
Yeah.
it is in relationship exactly what could be in theory of standalone buildings that represent different product types.
Right.
And that's in the downtown Sunnyvale area right now, the new Saris Regis development that's going on in the heart where the Macy's site used to be. And I do think that's important is because what's flanking 3 large high-rise residential towers is 2 standalone commercial Class A rated buildings. And those are standalone components. However, the project site cumulatively would qualify for a mixed-use development project under the HAA. And so we could see something inevitably come out of a mixed-use development, which would be standalone buildings on the overall site that would be reflective of a housing or residential development only in the building, but it's a project site. So that's kind of how you have to look at it a little bit with an objective eye, and something that we could see here.
Okay, very good. And then you want me to continue? Okay, I'll continue. So then I'm going to ask some questions that I think will help clarify maybe in sort of more succinct language what we've been talking about. So program 3C, which a lot of people here are interested in regarding Woodland Plaza and Rancho Shopping Center, those sites are underlying commercial neighborhoods, CN zoning, but they differ from the other ones because they have a fuller area ratio that we're removing according to this program. And is that correct? Yeah, I'm sort of leading the witness here, but sorry. Yes. But I think, there's been a lot of jargon, so I'm just trying to clarify. So when we remove that FAR, then those 2 sites look like our other commercial neighborhoods, the CN zonings look like now, before we make changes. I'm talking about now before we make changes, right? Okay, so 3C makes all CN zoning look alike. And then 3B is something that would apply to all of the commercial neighborhood zonings, and which is the commitment to increase the minimum height by 10 feet, correct?
Yes.
So we end up with all of our CN zones looking alike, which they do not now, and they've all been increased by 10 feet, correct? Yes. Okay, again, still leading the witness. So with that example, I want to talk about, so I think it's important to understand what can actually happen now before we do any changes in zoning, because Rancho doesn't have to be Rancho tomorrow, even under its current zoning. So I'm going to ask you some questions about what Rancho would look like under its current zoning. So under the current zoning, can a developer, so actually let me back up. So residential only has been a conditional use that's allowed in commercial neighborhood, correct? Or is it just been in CT?
Just in CT.
Okay, just in CT. Okay.
The CN district is quote unquote housing located above ground floor, and then another provision is mixed use projects, including the combination of a variety of different non-residential uses.
Okay, and so it's not, so there's never been a residential only option even asking for a conditional use permit.
That's correct.
Okay, so basically it's not been allowed. So we have allowed in CT, so where I'm going, I was trying to draw a picture, like if you look at what's happening in El Camino Real, and even some of the older developments have retail on the bottom. So if you think of Coupa Cafe, for example, and then there's residential behind it. And if our development services director starts gesticulating wildly, it means I'm going astray here. But okay, can I continue, or do you want to clarify something?
I want to
Yeah.
clarify
Yeah.
something you
Mhm.
said because based on my questioning, I thought, so in the CT zone, going back to what the mayor is saying, under the current zoning, could a developer seek a concession and get 100% residential under the current zoning?
So there's a little bit of a nuance that I was going to clarify
Okay.
from the mayor's point. Yeah. The CT district has another standalone provision of a conditional use that would be allowed as multifamily housing. So a 100%. That's how we have been building residential only products on the commercial thoroughfare CT El Camino Real area. Is by allowing for a conditional use permit, but they already allow for a standalone use of residential. Again, that's going to be something though that does move up the allowed use section and goes into permitted by right, because that's what we committed to in our housing element. So it is a little bit different, but it is still a housing type, which again, we always have to unfortunately fall back to the state density bonus law, because technically the way that the Housing Accountability Act, the Housing Crisis Act, and the government and the state density bonus law, all three of those are written is that if housing is an allowed use, it can be requested in order to take on that as the primary or standalone development use. So there
Okay.
are provisions and avenues for them to seek, which would still kick them into a residential only
Okay.
product type.
So my illustration may not be so good. My apologies. The illustration is meant to say that we're taking things where you had to ask for them. And generally, we're saying, okay, you used to have to ask for it and apply for it, and you may or may not get it. And in some cases, we're saying now we're not going to make you ask for it. It's going to be a permitted use. So that's generally what some of this discussion is geared at. So let's go back to what Rancho is today. And lo and behold, on your desk tomorrow morning, when 8 a.m., there's an application. What might that application look like based on today's zoning?
So I'm just making sure I pull up the existing zoning code to make sure I don't get slightly confused.
And the point of doing this is to understand we're not actually comparing Rancho today to goodness knows what scenario Rancho tomorrow. We're comparing what Rancho could be today, and the changes we're making are to impact between our what it could be today versus how much more permissive we have to be with some of these changes we're committed to in the housing element. So I just want people to understand it's not from 1950s shake roof to, God forbid, 5 stories. It's really from something that Nick is going to pull out of the air, some development that is already allowed. So I'm trying to have us all understand what is currently allowed.
So what is currently allowed, this is opening unicode.com for the Los Altos specific zoning code. And so chapter 1440 is what dictates and governs the commercial neighborhood zoning. So if we look at permitted uses, as we've kind of articulated, it's very much the non-residential uses that are permitted by right. However, the CN district does allow for the housing above the ground floor, which I've articulated here, which is letter C currently, and then specifically mixed use projects that are allowed today. Those are allowed and could be requested. And again, kind of going back to, the code, that is what would be eligible for that. There's obviously fun limited use ones like
right.
cocktail lounges.
Well, we'll go into that later.
Yeah.
No. So in theory, is it fair to say that Rancho today could be developed under our current zoning, to first level commercial and likely 2 stories of residential above? Is 3 stories, roughly 3 stories, is that permitted? Or is this 1 and 1?
So the height currently is no structure shall exceed 30 feet. There is not a story limit in the CN district at all. So that's important to notate, is we're actually creating specific provisions to regulate the story count for the site. However, when you look at what I'd like to point out is it says it as a percentage value, but in the staff report, how it's articulated as 0.30 is look at the entire land area or the parcel as the entire land area minus easements is 1.0. That if you wanted to cover the entire land area, that's your entire amount. So if you then say you're only allowed a third of that land area, you're left with 65% of the rest of the parcel that would be open to everything else. So I don't really foresee someone doing, let's say, a 3-story building at Rancho and getting the floor area that then would result in 90% of the entire parcel would be open. So that it doesn't happen. So in order to actually achieve the FAR threshold, you actually have to have greater than a 1.0. So you'd have to move into the 2.0 or the 2.5, which is really where people end up starting to see what we would kind of see in our downtown kind of developments that we've seen recently.
So by the changes we're proposing making, we're actually taking commercial neighborhood up by 10 feet, and this would apply to Rancho as well, and removing the FARs. But so we have to keep in mind that it's an incremental change, not from what it is now, but from what it could be now before we make any changes to the zoning. So I just thought that might be a useful exercise to understand, because from what it is today to what it might be after the housing element feels like a fundamental change, and I get that. I shop there all the time. But in reality, it's potentially incremental, and we're trying to figure out how to best allow us to preserve what we want to in these zones. So anyway, that's my question, and Councilmember Liang, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. So can you bring back that chart with 14.4070? I think it's important for us to understand, because I know many people are here because of Rancho. But what we're going to do tonight is going to affect not only Rancho, Woodland Plaza, where Lucky's is, Sherwood District, and many other districts, even Foothill Plaza, Trader Joe's. So making sure everyone understands where we're talking about, okay? I really appreciate your summary, and I want to make sure that your slides are going to be made available for the public. I think that is very helpful. I see everyone trying to take some pictures, and we're going through quite fast. So please make the slides available for all of us. So what is important is we're talking about the concerns about height. So when we talk about concerns about height, I'm going to use an example here. We're talking about CN district. CN districts also include Woodland Plaza and Loyola Corners. What happens to Loyola Corners specific plan? Can you help me understand that?
The Loyola Corner specific plan is a standalone governing document. However, there is a separate program that speaks to exactly what the city will do. The city did commit to either rescinding the Loyola Corners plan in its entirety, or would revert to the underlying zoning, the CN district zoning, for development criteria at a minimum. So regardless, the development standards will return to the CN district for Loyola Corners.
Okay. And then, just a minute. Do we need to take a break?
Well, yes, he
If we
did.
do.
But I was
I
hoping we'd
understand.
make it through your questions, but do you have
I
a
got-
number that we
I
should?
have a number of
All right, so
But I know
it's
how
been,
important
yes, okay.
it is.
So I think, and are you okay if we break right now?
I'm okay, because I understand
Yes,
how
yes,
important it is.
we all probably could use a break. So we're going to break probably for 7 to 10 minutes. I mean, it's going to be a 10-minute break, I'm going to say. We'll finish Councilmember Liang's questions, and then we'll go to public comment. So if you haven't already filled out a card, please do that if you plan to speak. And then when we come back, we'll also reference the rest of our agenda and how far we plan to get in it. So 10-minute break. Thank you all. Okay, we'll resume. City Attorney will join us, I'm sure, shortly. So if not, we'll wing the law. No, not a good idea. All right. So usually at this time, we estimate if we're going to make it through our agenda. And I think after we get through this item, we don't have that much left. So are my colleagues willing to persevere and get through the
I
whole
think this
agenda?
is going to take us quite a bit.
Well, it'll take us a long time.
Okay, so if you want to, that's.
Right now, I think
I
we can plan that we're going to push through. So if you're here for some of the items after this one, bless you, Vice Mayor, then we're.
But do we do our
Well,
check-in as well and then see if we
well,
need to continue?
we're estimating now, we'll check in again.
Okay, just checking.
Around 11. So what we're going to do, we're going to resume. Councilmember Liang has questions. We're going to then go to public comment.
Correct.
And then we will discuss whether because I understand you are interested in going page by page and have some edits. We'll discuss whether we want to do that tonight. And so anyway, let's go through your questions.
Okay.
And then I want to get to public comment because everyone is kind enough to be here tonight and online as well. So Councilmember, your question.
So many of us are here because we're concerned, and people express concern about height. You stated that we could even get higher than 6 stories. So help us understand in the housing element, I'm going to use Rancho, for example, because people seem to be using Rancho, for example, and concerned about Rancho. But this scenario would be similar for other sites. So in the sites identified for the housing elements, such as Rancho, like you said, we have identified 237 units in the housing elements. But yet we state that the realistic capacity would be 82 units. So if someone comes up, the person who owns the site comes up with a plan and says, I got 200 units, but it's going to be 15 stories high. Are we allowing for that because that site was identified for 237 units? I just want to, so we all understand how this works.
We would have to accept the project into entitlement review, as we do with any application that is proposed to any jurisdiction. We could not refuse them. However, something like that would have to be accompanied by a variance request, which we have discretion to be able to review for incompatibility with the provisions of the zoning code as well as the general plan, which for that type of a variance request, it would be, it would not be able to be made. The only other option that would be able to be done, which would be in local zoning, would be to request a zone text amendment, which would then come back before the council just as we're doing tonight, same exact process, or do a specific plan, which is even more rigorous. So there would be all of those things. The likelihood of what they would probably come in with, if that was the specific example you're giving me to opine on, would be that they would probably try to deploy density bonus. For the specific request and the potential project that you're articulating, is the city would be able to hire an independent financial consultant to be able to obtain reasonable documentation on the city's part to be able to defend and deny the application by having the burden of proof fall onto the city, which is what is explicitly required almost verbatim in the government code section. And so we would be able to potentially deny the application if it was something as significantly inconsistent with the underlying zoning, because that would be tripling the maximum height, or quadrupling it almost, of what we're talking about for allowing it after the zone changes are before us tonight. So highly unlikely in regards to what we've seen with density bonus deployment in the city previously is a height increase, which is variable from anywhere between 10 to 15 feet in structure height, and then resulting in 1 to 2 stories maximum. So, I mean, there is a little bit of a reasonable kind of like what would be determined to be reasonable in order to be able to really support that type of a request. But then the city could, like I said, conduct an independent financial analysis, which then would be able to be utilized in justification for denial of the permit application.
Councilmember, could you repeat what you said in terms of height? I don't remember now. Did you
Because-
say?
no,
How
I
high
just
did you
gave a
say?
scenario.
Okay, and I just wanted to understand the scenario after, because I forgot
Because
as I
it
was
says
listening. How many?
15 stories.
15 stories.
Yeah.
Okay, and
So it'll probably end up like at 10 stories.
I mean, it's really hard for me to opine on a project that we haven't received on an application of. So, I mean, we also have to be cognizant of is once you go over, I'd have to look and see exactly what Moffett, SFO, and SJC actually require. But anytime you go over a certain story and height count, when you're anywhere near an airport, you do have to then consult with the airport authorities. So we're kind of in the collide of 3 in the area of the peninsula that we're at. So I highly doubt that we're going to see something, and I think that's also indicative of what we could see in our neighboring jurisdictions. You don't really see very many buildings above 6 stories.
And Councilmember, I think Councilmember Daley wants to tag on to your question. Can he do
May I
that?
please?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Director Zorns, is there anything in our current code that would stop somebody from coming with a 15-story application?
Other than the underlying zoning doesn't support it.
But the underlying zoning that we're proposing doesn't support it either.
Correct. So you'd have to use one of the various land use procedures and requests, but
I think what we're looking for is that we could decline to approve such an egregious request.
You can decline it, but we will be faced with litigation. Correct? Is that what I'm hearing today?
so of all of the options that I did list, the only one that really kind of probably comes with a certain level of litigation would be if we denied a density bonus application. But if someone applied for a variance, a specific plan, or a zone text amendment, those are discretionary authorities that the legislative body of the city has full discretionary application over. So those, we really aren't running a risk of litigation unless we're arbitrary and capricious with our decision, which
Okay.
I would not believe that that is, because something above that amount of stories or height is egregiously inconsistent with the rest of the city.
Can I tag on?
Okay.
One word?
Yeah, yeah. No,
So-
no,
yeah,
that's
no, I mean,
fine.
we're,
No, because,
we're
why
exploring
do we-
hypotheticals.
And then
yeah.
also, why do we put in our housing element and identify such an exorbitant amount on that site? If,
Well, so
Yeah.
that same 15 stories, if we're under builder's remedy, what does that proposal then look like? Does it? We don't have any discretion at all.
We have
right?
no development standards in order to apply, so it is open-ended in that circumstance.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, back to you. Thanks
No,
for the segues with.
Thank
yeah.
you. I just needed to, I think it's important for all of us to understand. Also, so when we're concerned about saying, okay, we're concerned about quadrupling heights, So we have a district, the R3.45, 4.5, multiple family. We're changing it, so like we're talking about places like Stevens Place and Marshall Court, right? Which is now one-story units, duplex, or multiple family, three bed. But the point is, we're changing it to be 3-story, right? So what was once one level is now going to be 3 levels, adding density bonus. They can go 4 stories, correct, at that site.
So, for the example in the zoning district that you're discussing, density bonus is not applicable. They would have to create a minimum of 5 or more units in order to be able to exercise that portion of the government code. So there is a minimum trigger to be able to provide that. And actually, the 5 comes by way of that. Essentially, you then, as when you use density bonus, is you then have to provide an on-site affordable unit as a part of the project. Well, if you're only building 2 units, that means only one of the units is going to be market-based and the other one's going to be affordable. So you wouldn't have that. The only way that I could
Units is getting marketed in your app.
Siri wanted to participate. Cupertino's listening. The application of your specific example in any of the R3 zoning districts would have to come at a significant lot consolidation where you would have to have what we would consider, a developer coming in and doing a long-term buyout strategy of, various parcels in order to be able to honestly achieve a density bonus project. So you're not going to see that in the R3 zoning district. So that's fairly certain, is that you would only see a maximum of the 3.
Because adding 2 more stories will be easier to add more units and make it claim it's affordable units.
But potentially,
Yeah.
but then the thing is the smaller the lot and the less amount of units is the less incentives, concessions, and waivers you're afforded. So there's only so much that you can kind of get away from unless you're doing a project that has, kind of honestly more of like 10 or more units. And then you're starting to kind of see more of the ability for a developer to rely on, on the government code section for density bonus.
Okay, because, when you got smaller units like that, adding 1 unit is a high percentage and you meet it.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. The other thing is, when we remove setbacks, can you help me understand, how do we account? So once again, I'm going to use Rancho as an example. When the development is built to the property line, and we have no sidewalks around that area, how will we account for emergency vehicles to get through, or making sure that we have sidewalks and bike paths around there?
So that's where setbacks doesn't have to be prescriptive in order to be able to then require and result in sidewalks, because if there is pedestrian connectivity requirements, which is what we do have in the subsection .150 for design controls, that is stuff that is required for on-site pedestrian connectivity, open space, so on and so forth. So that is in there. It's just not a provision of the setback requirements. So that's actually an improper use of land use regulations, is to say that we're going to factor in this particular requirement as a component of setbacks. Setbacks is only intended to be for the actual structure and separation and distance as measured from property line to building face. It's not supposed to be for something such as for sidewalk inclusion. So, but some people, obviously, if they have that spatial distance, they put them in that area as essentially, an easy amenity. So those are kind of some of the components that get factored into kind of actual site planning. And a lot of that is stuff that we address specifically in the design control section.
Okay. And then if we reinstate things like landscaping requirement, it doesn't affect the materiality of how the ability to develop more units and the effectiveness of maintaining minimum number of units at these sites. Can we choose to reinstate landscaping?
So, yes, but it can't be a hindrance or an impact. But the thing is, though, is that as a part of design controls, so this is just some legislative history. So when the city did the design controls, which is what we could have titled them all as in every individual subsection, is the objective design regulations. So the city hired RRM Design Group, which in collaboration with Opticoast, urban planning firm, created all of the design controls that were integrated in 2021 into the Los Altos zoning code. As a part of that, we actually have a provision that is for landscaping, paving, and pedestrian amenities. I'm reading that verbatim from what's already codified in our zoning code. That explicitly has the requirements for landscape buffers, for planters, for landscaping and walls adjacent to courtyards, open spaces, and setbacks, that's already as a part of it. So one of the things that we didn't do, and I actually ran into the consultant a week and a half ago in Fresno at the conference, and we talked about it, that we were excited to be moving forward with components of this implementing ordinance, is that was something that the council at that time did not want to peel back the layers of some of it. So we left essentially some stalemate land use regulations in 2021 that we should have actually repealed at the same time of deploying the new regulations. So we essentially left some extra provisions in the code that should have been peeled back as a part of these really well-designed and crafted objective design standards. So we're achieving the same thing with something that's actually already in the code. Unfortunately, we haven't, as a city, I think we talked about this last summer is when we reviewed the project at 355 First Street, is that was essentially one of the last approved projects of the council, one under the council purview for design review permits, but then two of the non-objective design standards that had already been applied prior to the adoption in 2021. We still have not received a new application for a multi-family mixed-use development that will actually apply some of these standards. But the standards already exist. It's just what we're unpeeling in the strike-throughs that you're referencing in the setback portion for landscaping, buffers, and strips of sorts. Those are the only things that we're just undoing, but we already have the provisions in design control that still accomplish those same provisions.
Okay.
Councilmember, may I tag on? What you're saying is they're in the right place elsewhere, and we're removing them from here, and this is the wrong place now because of the objective standards. Okay.
Correct.
So when we requested that we're going to try to encourage more mixed use to be at the sites, like Woodland Plaza, Loyola Corners, and making sure, we can have mixed use at all these sites at Rancho. Just to clarify, isn't setbacks, there are required setbacks based for emergency vehicles. So when we put in our code, it's 20 feet. Shouldn't some of them be 26 feet?
So 26 feet is emergency access requirements pursuant to Santa Clara County Fire. So they are our fire provider and servicer for the city. So that is something that's under the fire code and is also a component of the health and safety codes essentially. So fire will always win, even if we had a 10-foot setback. If they need a fire access road or a path of travel or a path of emergency operations, or hose pull, any of these things, they get it. There's no discretion. A developer cannot get around it. So the fire code does trump a lot of that. So if we only have 20 feet in our code, they get 26. It doesn't matter. And that's not something, though, that we would include in zoning because the fire code is subject to change under Santa Clara County's fire authority.
But wouldn't a developer then design based on this and then keep it at a 20-foot setback versus a 26?
No, project architects are really familiar with the fire code in Santa Clara County. So that's why the city, we don't recommend, obviously, design professionals to folks, other than the caveat is that we say, pick someone local so they know your regulations, because obviously if you pick someone from another state, they're not going to know about our local fire code because it is different. So they would know that. And ultimately, if they end up having to modify some of their design because of fire life safety, that does happen. The 26-foot spatial distance, or honestly, essentially a setback, that requirement, it has changed. It used to be 22, then it was 24, now it's 26. And it does depend on construction method. So actually the building material type. So if it's a wood frame construction, if there's any concrete component to it. So there could be hose poles, standpipes. There's a variety of different things for fire life safety that sometimes ends up changing design just by virtue of that. And that's something that really developers can't get around. So that won't be a problem moving forward.
So,
Isn't that true for other building codes too?
Yeah, and that is true. Yeah. Yeah.
okay, yeah, but, for me, it's emergency, it's clearer to make sure you everyone can understand. Otherwise, I can name everything and it's same. So I have questions based on if we go through. Otherwise, I would go through my pages and then ask him. So how would we like to do it?
So when you described page by page, you said edits. So I don't want to do edits right now. I want you to ask questions, like you've been asking about broader topics.
Well, because it would affect the edits. Like if we,
Wait.
okay.
So I don't want to do edits right now. I want to get to public comment. So I want.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then as long as we get to it, that's fine.
Well, then we'll talk whether we do edits or, I mean, because you've been asking
Okay, otherwise
questions
I'll
of
continue to-
substance, which is good.
Then I'll continue to ask my questions, but then,
Okay.
then I'm gonna go through all the pages where I have all my questions.
Yeah, I would ask your questions before we do public comment. I think, though, how, again, not edits, but questions, unless, maybe we should go to public comment,
Yeah, that would be
because
better. I think that would be
people are
good.
getting sleepy.
Yeah, we could do public comment. That's
Yeah.
fine.
All right, and then,
Okay.
then we'll come back. Okay, so, thank you for that, council member. So, if you're online and you intend to speak, you should raise your virtual hand. I've got quite a few cards here. We have quite a few speakers, so we're going to do 2 minutes for public comment. You don't have to use your whole 2 minutes, and you can also say ditto what they said if you agree with somebody else. But, so let me cue you where we're going to start. We're going to start with Alice Shu, and I may mispronounce names, who will be followed by Jennifer Griffin, who will be followed by Gina Atkinson. So Alice, you're still here. Okay, so let me make sure the city clerk, you've got 2 minutes, and Alice will tell you when she's ready.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My worries are the overall outcome result could be negative because the real estate in Los Altos is so expensive. When the developer bought it, they will maximize the income. So it will become a whole rectangular box of pigeonholes, and 6 acre can generate maybe 800, 900 people. But in Los Altos, when the characteristic village built the right now maybe 0.5 acre, we have 10 people. So the streets are not tailor-made for an increase of 800 or 900 people if garage is not factor into the, if transportation is not factor into the project, parking and everything. So the overall outcome of the project and the traffic is my concern. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shu. Jennifer Griffin will be followed by Gina Atkinson, and after Gina is AJ.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, I'm Jennifer Griffin, and I attend the Los Altos United Methodist Church at Magdalena, which is across the street from Rancho, and I'm very familiar with Rancho Shopping Center. I am concerned too because I understand that 2 or 3 of the churches are still in the housing element. The Bridge Church, which has a school, and the Eastern Orthodox Church, I have to review whether they're still in the housing element. I'm very frightened now that they will be rezoned for housing by the city. I think that we need to make sure that we retain as much retail in the city as possible. I'm really concerned about having these shopping centers only become housing. I'm also scared now because we've got references to Trader Joe's, which is on the Cupertino border. I don't know what they're planning to do with that. It's really, we're attacking shopping centers that have grocery stores. Now, I can't believe that HCD would be wanting to have residents in the city have no place to shop. That isn't good planning. Also, Rancho has the only gas station in the entire area. It is 1 mile from the Los Altos Methodist Church into downtown Los Altos on Foothill Expressway. So what are the plans about retaining amenities like the gas station? It is full service. A lot of seniors use that and handicap. You're coming down from 280 and you know there's a gas station there. A lot of people who commute up Foothill Expressway to Palo Alto use that gas station. I'm really concerned about the traffic and what are we doing with the oak trees on the Rancho property? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. So Gina Atkinson will be followed by AJ and then John Dasiking. And sorry, you can correct me when you get up here. Okay, Gina.
I'm Gina Atkinson, and I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak at this meeting. You too, Director Zorns, have been extremely helpful to me and to my neighbors. We've had various phone calls and email exchanges. So I am one of the 8 property owners that directly border Rancho Shopping Center on Berry Avenue. So we feel we have actually the most at stake here. And naturally, we have concerns, many of which have already been stated and addressed. One in particular that I'd like to talk about relates to what Director Zorns was just saying about the setback limit from our properties, which our backyards are currently against the alley that separates us from the shopping center. So what about the setback between the fences, the rear perimeters of our property and the building fronts, as he said? And it's my understanding from previous conversations as well as tonight that the county regulation of 26 feet, currently 26 feet, now I'm learning it's a little bit variable depending on building materials, but if we take that as a guideline, what we would like to request, the 8 of us on my block, and we have submitted a letter that all 8 of us signed, I think you should have all received, is that be increased to 36 feet. And I have heard from several of you tonight some encouraging statements in my mind about how you are thinking of the residents and how you are thinking of how we will be impacted and what our particular concerns are. And I appreciate that. And I'd like you to again think about what would it be like for you if behind the rear fence of your property in 26 feet, there's a 6-story building, which is what we're all saying could be a scenario. So we would like to say, please, can we increase that to 36 feet? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Safro, I'm going to go with the last name.
Yeah, I'm,
And then you'll be
Ajay.
let me just, before you start, before the timer starts, and John Dasking, and then Nancy Martin. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your name? I missed it.
Ajay,
Okay.
and, sometimes people go AJ. I'm all right.
Thank
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for doing all the work. Now, we appreciate our requirement to meet state law, and also, in principle, responsibility for responsible development to build housing. And your attempts to help us with that, that's all good. Now, the path that the city has gone, I mean, if I kind of look at it, we've kind of endeavored to maintain kind of the R1 status of most of the city. And we've gone and taken, found these commercial zones and stuffed most of our requirements in there. Fair enough. And we live right next to it. We abut it. There is no street in between us and Rancho. And so we would be most impacted. Fine. But we're all one city. We'll meet this together. But what I'm requesting here is that we actually take our circumstances into account in a serious and fair way. And the way this can be done, I think, is through due consideration of rules, the objective design guidelines. And the reason I'm coming in here spending 5 hours today is because what I do understand is that objective guidelines matter. So this thing about we don't have a project in front of us really doesn't matter, because if somebody comes in, meets the objective design guidelines, you can't turn them down. So now is the time to think about that and set in place some guidelines and rules so that, like Gina said, we don't have a 50, 60-foot building, say 26 or 36 feet behind us. That would mean no sun and no privacy. So we want to
Thank you.
protect our sun.
Thank you, Mr. Sepru.
Yes. Just one last thing. We're doing this for the city.
Okay.
So we
thank
live in
you.
R1.
I can't give you more time than other people, so I appreciate your comments. And we're going to move on to a gentleman
Thank you.
who will correct his last name, because I probably have not been saying it. Mr. Dassiking? No.
It's John Daisy King.
Oh, Daisy King.
Yeah, John
Okay.
Daisy King. So, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, honorable council members, I came here, I hope you had all seen I sent you a letter last night, so hopefully you'd seen that and understand, the importance of Rancho Shopping Center to our community as an historical and sort of community center. It's not just for shopping, it's part of our neighborhood, and it's an identity for our neighborhood. I was noting on one of the slides that Director Zorn showed about the site inventory methodology, and within that methodology, it did not consider the importance to community or impact to neighborhood of the sites being selected. So I think those things are just as important as how many housing units you can get in, do you displace a grocery store, and so forth. I was not aware that you received the proposed amendments on the removing the residential only development clause from the permitted and leaving it as mixed use. I am in full support of that because that will guarantee that we will have some commercial component to this project, which provides major amenities to our neighborhood as well as keeps it in walking distance. We don't have to get in a car to drive and get a carrot or a coffee. I am concerned a little bit, if I understood Councilman Daly's comment about the 2/3, 1/3. You said that maybe we should say at least 2/3, and I just want to make sure that doesn't get extrapolated that the residential could be more than 2/3, meaning 100%, which would negate the commercial component again. So I just want to make sure that something gets, maybe it gets reversed, and then we say the commercial component would be 20% and 80% residential on that. But I just want to make sure that the wording doesn't get changed where it would negate the commercial component to the project. I was going to talk about the FAR.
But you just ran out of time.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr.
All right.
King. We appreciate your patience and hanging in. This is Nancy Martin, followed by Teresa Morris, and then Sharon Cooper will be up. Ms. Martin.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Nancy Martin, and a 30-year resident of Los Altos, and I'm here tonight representing myself and the majority of the people who attended the housing element meeting last week with City Manager Gabe and our Development Director, Nick Zorns. I'm speaking tonight because we don't want to see Rancho used to fulfill the housing element. We would like to request, now I'm changing from 90 days to 60 days because I was paying attention, a 60-day delay in approving the removal of the FAR. It already sounds like you have planned to do it tonight, but we're still going to ask for it. What we would like to do is to have the chance to get together with other residents and find more sites that we can fulfill this 237 units. If we do, and I believe we can do that, we already have the B of A that's gone up for sale. There's quite a few. If we can come back to you and provide other sites, we won't have to worry about this density bonus for Rancho. It is our brand. It's the most important thing we have besides our downtown. It defines us. This is the wrong space to get rid of. We can develop other places, but this isn't the right site. I don't feel that the 60 days will impact the deadline. We should have time. We might even do it sooner than that, but that is what I'm asking for and what we're asking for. There's other people involved in this so that we can have the time to just look around. I don't think we've looked at every single site. I know he's been busy, but I think there's other opportunities. I've been looking myself. So appreciate your time, and that is the ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, Ms. Morris, Sharon Cooper, followed by John Baer.
Good evening, Teresa Morris, speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. I want to say CN Zone is known for being walkable so that the residents have a place to do their shopping, and that's one of the main aspects of CN Zone, and why I think the commercial was limited way back when in the 50s, I think it was, is to make sure that it didn't take over the residential aspect of that neighborhood. So retail is pie in the sky if we do not ensure low rents for the businesses. We must have a strong economic director that knows how to manage this issue. Otherwise, we're going to be like every other city with a lot of empty retail space on the bottom of their housing. We're going to have to negotiate hard in order to keep rents low because expensive rents means empty spaces. We are not a cookie cutter city, and I'm guessing residents don't want to become one. So I would ask that as you're looking at these different neighborhoods, you look at them as different neighborhoods and don't take them on as one thing, and that you zone them and create code for those neighborhoods that are uniquely theirs. I'd also like to say I highly recommend forming a housing committee. I know it's been a long time since I went door to door running as a city council member, but when I did, I met really diverse residents, and many of them had great ideas for housing. If we took time and created a committee in the city that had the diversity of neighborhoods and the diversity of residents, I think residents could come up with some great solutions for housing and for some areas. And as Ms. Martin just noted, the B of A is for sale. There's a site we ought to be going after with developers to try and get housing in there, because it's my understanding we can put the housing anywhere we want. We don't have to stick to putting it in these areas. So if I'm wrong about that, I'd really like to know. But otherwise, turn the residents loose on this. Get a committee together. Let us start working on some of this in a really creative way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Sharon Cooper?
Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments. My name is Shireen Cooper. I'm one of the 8 homeowners that directly adjoins the Rancho Shopping Center. I have to say it's quite impressive, the community consultation process that was involved in this endeavor, but not one of the 8 homes, not one of the 8 homeowners that adjoins Rancho was involved in any of the small group discussions, focus group discussions. And I'm sure legally you weren't required to reach out to us, but by not pointedly reaching out to the people that have the most that stand to lose the most, I think your process loses some trust and some legitimacy. And that's something to think about. I think those who have the most to lose and those who live right next door to this development ought to have been included in a more pointed way. That was my first comment. Secondly, I have a question, and that is, what, if any, provisions or what, if any, considerations have been given to the 8 homeowners who are directly behind Rancho? I mean, if we're going to have a 6-story or a 5-story or even a 4-story building right behind us, we stand to lose light, air, privacy, and most importantly, our property prices. And for many of us, it's our most valuable asset. It's our life savings. And I think that's very distressing to us. And I think that there needs to be some thought given to how you're going to protect people in an R1 neighborhood that abuts a commercial property.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Mr. Bear.
So I'm delighted to see there's a plan to preserve retail at Rancho. There will be a cost, and I think the community may be disappointed in that cost, but at least there will be retail. I would encourage larger setbacks on the CN district to protect what I will characterize as the Gang of 8. It's a significant impact. It's going to be 5 or 6 stories. It's going to be 50 or 60 feet. We know it. As Pete Daly said earlier this evening, and I rarely quote you, Pete, but hard to believe there aren't other options. Take it to heart. Lastly, I want to point out the irony in tonight's discussions, both this one and the preceding topic. The standards by which residents are held in terms of accountability for light and privacy and setbacks are far greater than we are currently and in the future holding multifamily properties. There's something wrong with that. And I realize we can point the blame at the state, but we all share in that blame. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. I don't have any other cards for folks in the room, so we will move to online public comment. City Clerk.
The first speaker is Ann Paulson.
Aren't any. So with required retail, would the site still be allowing 30 units of housing in addition to the retail we propose to allow? And are we even allowed to use mandatory mixed-use sites as low-income sites? I don't know of any affordable sites that are around here that have any retail in them. And then the other thing is turning to market rate development. Is brand new housing with brand new retail on the first floor financially feasible at Rancho for market rate projects? Would retail businesses of the kind we want be able to afford the new rent for new retail, which would be multiples of the rent they're now paying Rancho? Twice as much, 3 times as much, 4 times as much? We can't satisfy our housing element requirements by zoning for housing that is not financially feasible. And as Teresa Maris brought up, we really, really do not want 5-story buildings with an empty first floor because the developer was forced to allow for retail but cannot find tenants for it. So I'd like to understand whether this requirement would actually work for the developer who's going to build the building, either a market rate developer or an affordable developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson.
The next speaker is Russ Nord.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me, but I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the discussion. I want to start by thanking Director Zorns and his team for their hard work on the housing element, and also thank the City Council for their very thoughtful analysis and the excellent questions this evening, most of which seem to be aimed at getting almost a layperson level clarity on the possible directions that development could take at Rancho and the other sites, something which actually still seems a bit opaque. So I agree it seems a bit premature to make any decisions on this matter. For me, it's still unclear what the most aggressive possible building plans could be at Rancho, if it's included in the housing element as a site for development versus if it's excluded and not included as a development site on the housing element. I definitely also echo the other speakers' comments about Rancho's importance to the community of Southern Los Altos. It isn't just a grocery store or a gas station. It's really a community gathering space for our kids and our whole population. And really, I think we should do our best to try to maintain that. What appears to be the case is that once a site is listed on the housing element as a development site, that we really don't have any control over it. As I understand it, regardless of this, if Los Altos tries to limit development to a site, to mixed use or a certain number of stories, the state can override the city and allow for a purely residential project with possibly an unlimited number of stories. There are some very tall buildings in Palo Alto, and they're essentially just as close to the airports as we are. So my fear is that to rely on the state for common sense when assessing an aggressive development proposal seems, to say the least, overly optimistic. The only way to really protect a property and keep it off the housing element list is to keep it off the housing element list. And I think that for Rancho, that would be our best course of action. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your time and effort on this.
Thank you, Mr. Nord.
The next speaker is Daphne Ross.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, council members and staff, for being so thoughtful about this issue. I think it's important that everyone is able to understand and process the changes. I live a few minutes from the Rancho Shopping Center in the Highlands neighborhood. I frequent Andronico's, the yogurt shop, the UPS store, many places. I think it is definitely an asset to our community. However, I'm also a housing advocate, and I believe that every city in our region has an obligation to help alleviate the dire housing crisis that we find ourselves in. There are not enough units of housing for the people who already live here. And by here, I mean in our region. There are many who are underhoused, living multiple families to an apartment with multiple people per bedroom, as well as homeless. Our city has contributed to this problem by creating regulations that make it difficult to build new homes. Homes, whether that is apartments, condos, single-family homes, or townhomes. The housing element seeks to resolve this. Los Altos and other cities would not, on its own, make the building process less difficult or less onerous, so the state has stepped in. I thank the state for aiming to solve a problem that has gotten much, much worse in the 20 years since I've lived here in the region. I support the zoning changes that we already promised to do when we adopted our city's housing element in January, 9 months ago. I supported them when they were being written. I supported them when I attended the 2 public outreach sessions, and I supported them as we went through 3 drafts with HCD. Many community groups supported them as they were being written. I support all the work that has gone into our housing element. It has been 2 years of city staff working with hired consultants, working diligently. Changes are happening all over town, and they are important to the health and evolution of our city. I encourage people to not only think about what they will lose, but also what they will gain. A city that can adapt is a city that can thrive. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ross.
The next speaker is San R.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I live west of Foothill and shop at a number of the shopping centers on Foothill, and I appreciate the discussion today. I thought it was a very balanced and rational discussion, and appreciate all the work the planners doing in trying to understand the options. I did want to put forth some thoughts for you to consider which is that while there are constraints on what you can and cannot do on the housing element side, and even worse, the builder's remedy side, I'd like you to consider if there are options to impose additional regulations that prohibit the use of vacant units and prohibit the number of rented units per project that is being developed. And why I suggest this is that the difference that a project makes when proposed from a builder to the maximum density possible versus density that is actually in line with the demand for the area is going to be based on the buyers. And buyers that are homeowners are going to think twice about interest rates at 7%, whereas buyers that are investors are cash buyers. Buyers that are overseas buyers are often cash buyers. And so anything the city can do to prohibit and regulate vacant units, often seen with overseas investors, or number of rented units, is going to help reduce demand for these units and bring some sanity on what is the density that the builders are going to bring in. So hopefully, while staying within the constraints of the housing element, you're still able to regulate other aspects that reduce demand and make sure that real projects that enable housing as opposed to vacant units are allowed. You can also look at utility billing to measure vacant units and hopefully create demand there.
Thank you very much. All right.
The next speaker, unfortunately, there's not a name tied to it. It just says Samsung SM S916U.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. No, I've lived in Los Altos since 76, been here a long time. Raised in Palo Alto. I think of Rancho and I think of Town and Country Shopping Center in Palo Alto. It's more of an icon and actually a historical facility to me. But I guess what really is something that bothers me the most is there's heritage in our city that I think we're going to lose. And once we do that, I think it'll be irreplaceable. I'd like to back Ms. Morris and Mr. Nord's comments. I think there's some other options that the city should look at. I just can't conceive a Santana-like row facility at Rancho because Santana is approximately 4 to 5 story complex. And if we do that, then I hope that we'll have some architectural design compatible with the history of the area. But my next question, final question is, this is an option for the property owner. And I understand that Rancho, the owner of Rancho, respects the heritage of his property. And I want some assurances from the city, should he opt not to want to develop, that he's not coerced through either increased in property tax or some other ways, whether it's zoning or not, to be left with no choice but to sell his property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson. Okay, so
I see no other hands raised.
oh, right. So we will close public comment. Thank you all.
Still
So-
funny at 10:30 p.m. Mayor.
Any minute now it gets really not funny. But so Councilmember Liang, so I just want to let's check some process here. So I want to be sure you get all your questions asked, but I don't know that we want to go through edits. So can you sort out questions without getting into wordsmithing? Because I think you have more questions that you didn't get to ask yet, and we'd like to hear the questions.
Well, I think that,
Mayor, if you actually don't mind,
Oh.
I want to. There's two things that I want to kind of address for the publics because again, this
Okay.
is for some people that are watching or here tonight. There's a little bit of information sharing, and I don't want people to leave with unrealistic expectations of the process.
All right, so we'll go to you, Director Zorns.
So, one, I did just look at, while everyone was talking in public comment, the HCD provided guidance document that is essentially the leaps and bounds for what we have to do when doing site selection and what is allowed and what you're allowed to assign for specific thresholds of affordability, and if mixed use, going to Ann Paulson's comment, was are we actually able to do that? Yes, we are able to do what was included in our draft memo today. So I just went through the guidance document that steers us in the direction of what you can and cannot assign. Because we were so conservative with our realistic capacity. So if we had actually relied fully on the over 200 units for Rancho, we would have to then be concerned with requiring a component of that to be factored in as commercial. But our realistic capacity actually did that, which was we were factoring in a certain set amount of the parcel area to be dedicated for commercial use. So we're fine on that regard for the amendments or suggested changes. Another component that was mentioned by a public speaker in the chamber was the B of A site. That's already been factored into the housing element. That's not something that we can rely on. Additionally, as we all know, is that the city has just over 10,000 single family homes. We have, going upwards into the very low thousands of the condominiums that we have and this is all based off of sewer connection data, so it's actually very specific. But when we look at specifically commercial, and we don't have industrial zoning in the city, so commercial sites, we only have 400 parcels throughout the city of Los Altos that have a sewer connection. So we kind of know that that's really close to the number that we have, and a lot of those are never going to be a part of the housing element because it's not going to meet the site criteria because it's too small or it has a specific use that would be somewhat of an impact to potential development. So where I'm going with that is that we have just under 200 sites identified in the housing element between the CN, the CT, and all of our downtown zoning districts. And as I've asked the community before, there really isn't any zoning left other than the R1. And I have to acknowledge that to the council because I will not steer away from that because that's an honest example of looking at our site inventory. So I do want to at least disclose that to the council because site selection and modification is not something that we could do. The 60-day request, if that's actually where that was, is to be able to come up with an alternative site. That would then lead us into a minimum of a 60-day review where we would have to be accepted and approved by HCD. I will tell you, anything that falls off of the site inventory is one of the first sites that's immediately replaced when we trigger no net loss. The city will eventually have to look at additional sites in order to make sure we do not trigger no net loss. So the site selection, I do believe that that component of the conversation is not really it's not really ripe for discussion anymore because our hands are really significantly tied with what sites have been identified as of today.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mayor. If you'd indulge me,
yeah.
Councilmember Liang, because I do want to follow up on Director Zorn's response to Public Speaker Ann Paulson, because she actually made 2 points and you clarified one, but not the second. Another concern I heard her express was we identified low-income units for the Rancho site. And so her concern is if we identify the site and we build into our ordinance requiring mixed use, are we tying our hands and maybe running into an issue where we're not able to fill the space for commercial? That was part of what she was saying. And so I want to make sure, especially if we're going to consider approving this new language tonight, that we're not going to require something that could actually end up putting us in a very uncomfortable and unfortunate position for the residents close to Rancho with these vacant spaces, but also as a community.
So site selection and the site inventory, those are capacity assumptions as well as income level assumptions as well. The city does not have the authority to guarantee or the ability to, by ordinance of any stretch, that we will 100% get 82 units of low income affordability on that site. That is what we're projecting could be, but inevitably, that's why when we talked about this last year, is that we have to have a buffer of increased site capacity, that if a developer were to come in and they end up only building, let's say, 20 affordable units, then we're at a loss of what we accounted for on that specific site that chips away at the buffer. As long as we still have a remaining buffer, we don't trigger no net loss. But that's why HCD has required all jurisdictions to factor in a buffer, because we all know that we can't require a developer for private developed applications to 100% build exactly how many units are there. It's the realistic capacity based on what the zoning currently has, as well as the site criteria. One of the reasons why this specific site was factored in to be able to potentially construct that many of the low income category is because of the improvement to land value. So once you start going further and further down under the 1-to-0 ratio, that's then when you can start factoring in a higher capacity of lower income thresholds on that site. But inevitably, a property owner or development could come in and say, we actually want to do 60 moderate units on that site instead of the low income. And that would end up being what we end up having to accept. However, that's a caveat just on state law and what they would use with density bonus. We do have our inclusionary housing ordinance, which though requires a mixture, and it's not just as simple as saying, oh, it's 5% of this, 5% of this, and 5% of that. Ours is kind of an intricately woven ordinance that is 15 or 20%, depending on if it's for sale or for rent. And then a majority of them have to be dedicated to one of the income criteria, and then the other to another. So those aren't guaranteed numbers. Those are assumptions that we hope to be able to accomplish. But again, this goes back to, we have to create the regulatory framework or the development standards that allow for housing applications to be received by the city in hopes of entitling or building out ultimately these projects. And that buffer capacity hopefully will carry us through the rest of the cycle if we were to approve some that had a lower capacity yield. But that's something that inevitably is something the developer and the property owner inevitably are in control of, not us.
Okay, so you finished clarifications.
Oh yeah, that's all.
All right. Well, and we were kind of asking. So, Councilmember Liang.
So
Questions.
Right, I am
Yes.
going to ask questions.
Yeah.
And then the reason why sometimes I think it was important for me to go through these documents, because some of the red lines were concerning to me. And like Ms. Griffin had raised concerns, and in one of the districts, we're not going to allow service stations. So then you're limiting the service station to a site that only has conditional use. Conditional use is then something that needs to be renewed annually. Is that correct?
No, conditional use permits, no, it runs with the business entity.
Okay.
Yeah, and it runs with the land. Well, yeah, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but yes, it runs with the business entity, and there's reasons why it can be revoked, but
But the
yes.
other area that where we're crossing it out, then we're not going to allow it. So that means all the ones in downtown will then be removed or not allowed to have gas station or service stations. And then like in other
Wait, let
areas-
him answer the question,
Okay.
because I don't think that's the case. But let him catch up.
So I believe you're probably referencing maintenance and repair services. That is not a gasoline station. So the city, as well as gas stations as an industry, have continued to further and further stray away from maintenance and repair services because of what would be considered under general zoning applicability as a light industrial. And so we've seen that very frequently. The is it Chevron or Mobil that's at the top of Maine? Chevron. The blue throws me off. There used to be a service station there. You can actually very clearly see the visual architectural remnants of that building that very clearly used to have drive-up bays. It's just not a part of the business model for that. So we have not limited the capacity for gasoline stations to exist, but maintenance and repair services is something that has, I think that's honestly a last carryover in some of our, especially downtown zoning districts, that it's not really the type of atmospheric zoning that you would want in a vibrant downtown area. Specifically to maintenance and repair. That is something the council can say to leave in, but as I've said before, is that I think every time we open up each chapter of the ordinance, that we should be trying to make, our best effort to clarify and clean up the rest of the code, so we don't end up with a proliferation of by right maintenance and repair services in the commercial downtown zoning district. I don't think that's what the community would want. And right now, they're allowed by right.
All right, so you've assumed what Councilmember was talking about. So Councilmember Leanne, can you please tell us when you're asking where you're reading it so that we make sure we're answering?
That's why I was gonna go through, because then I can point that out and I have it on the various pages. Now I gotta flip through to find that. So then when we cross out things under permitted use, so my concern is when we cross out things under permitted use, that means we're not allowing it, right? So here, let me use an example. I'm going to use under 14.16 R3 4.5. When we cross out permitted uses, home occupations and small daycare families or small family daycare. Those are once in allowed, and then these people who are residing there who have these businesses, now they have to shut down? Is that what we're saying? So I'm just wanting to better understand. So when we cross all these things out, but then new businesses that are family daycare or new home occupations will not be allowed.
So home occupations is regulated by a completely different section of the Los Altos Municipal Code. And it's really not zoning by right. It's not really a permitted use. It's a permitted use pursuant to the home occupation ordinance, which is very specific. This actually gives, in my professional opinion, a conflicting provision in our code that makes it look like you don't need a permit from us. When you say something's a permit by right, and there's no footnote specifically to the R3 4.5 district, I would not think to come into the city and get a separate permit, as it's a permitted use by right, and that's not the intent. So the home occupation ordinance in and of itself regulates throughout the rest of the city because it's not zone specific. So this, I would say, is an outdated component of the zoning code. And additionally, family daycare facilities is regulated by the state. We do not have purview over that. And for all intents and purposes, it is actually a permitted use by right because family daycares is determined by definition under the health and safety code to be residential use. So we actually have no enforcement capability. So again, it's we essentially have two lines on that particular zoning district that's incompatible with state law as well as local process.
Okay, but then these things can occur and can still occur, but you're just saying that it's just shouldn't be here.
Correct.
Well, isn't it true, let me just step in, some of these changes are cleanups. They're not actually changes in the sense that we're getting rid of things or we're putting them in. It's actually just cleanup of the code. So, I mean, if you can just identify when she points something out, if it's just cleanup and it's not how she's interpreting it, then maybe we can.
It's not what I'm interpreting, it's
Yeah.
someone who raised a concern with me because they
Yeah,
had
no,
a business,
exactly.
And that's
Right.
why it's helpful to them, for everyone to know. So I think when we see it crossed out, they're thinking that they're going to be in violation, which they are not. And I think it's helpful. And it is, like you said, it would have been great to know if some of these were cleanups versus not allowing for use. And then, so many of the permitted uses, I have concerns as well. And then it was like the oversight of the, well, I'll keep going on the permitted use, because when it said 14.22.020, we crossed out for housing requirements, and I thought affordable housing requirements. I thought it was important to keep that there, because we're always striving to ensure affordable housing. So I was just wondering why we scratched that one out.
So again, that's really inconsistent with best practices for the use of a zoning code. We shouldn't be referencing that affordable housing is a permitted use. It's affordable housing is allowed by state law wherever residential uses are allowed. It's the same with the subsection C, density bonus provisions. Those are standalone chapters that are governed independently. So again, those two things are just cleanups. They're governed and have been separately.
Okay, so under the page of 14.40040, conditional uses for CN, shouldn't A and B be moved to under 14.40030? Because we crossed out everything else behind it, so that should be moved over, and then C should actually start B or A. Is that correct?
So you're referencing the daycare facilities, which I want to clarify, that's not, when we're talking about daycare facilities, those are like kinder care.
Okay.
Like those types of it's more of like a preschool type of an
Okay.
entity. That's not when we're talking about like state regulated facilities. That is different, and we can retain conditional use oversight on those.
Okay.
And then the other one was that you're referencing is the
Office administrative uses.
office administrative uses. Yeah, actually that one is that there's, if we're wanting, well, it's kind of an old adage of that we're allowing them as a permitted use if it's above the ground floor. And then so if it's an office administrative use, so it actually should have been in the conditional use section is to say located on the ground floor would be a conditional use. So essentially you can do office administrative on your first or second floor if you want, but one is going to be a conditional use and the other is a permitted. So that there is essentially extra strike through that we can clean up if that's kind of what the council wants to move forward with.
So I'd like to, I mean, I want to make sure that we have some chance to talk about some of the bigger pieces.
Okay.
So we might be able to get some direction versus some of these. I mean, I do think these are important clarifications. But again, some of them are cleanup, and I'm wondering whether you and the city manager and Director Zorns can sit down and go through and answer these questions, because I'm not sure that it's gonna.
But then if it requires a change.
Well,
or
yeah,
to make it-
and then.
Because this is a very important document
Right.
that we're all going to be referring to.
Absolutely.
So
But I think some of it is questions that, because it's cleanup and he can point you to it, and we don't have to go through all the things that are cleanup if they can answer the questions. The other things, yes, definitely we should talk about. But most of this is like, because it sits over here now and we're taking this away.
Okay.
You know, so I want us to talk about some of the substantial issues. And then again, I suggest that you
Okay,
guys
and
can
then
go.
some of the substantial
Okay.
issues that I have coming up was the elimination of the setbacks. And then you spoke towards it earlier. Everyone had some concerns about it, but then under 14.40080, can we keep the strikeout and instead of 40 feet setback, can we just reduce it to 26 instead of saying no setbacks? I mean, we have people here that are expressing concerns, and 26 is the then county regulated
Well, so
setback of
the
emergency
only
vehicles.
setback that really affects an immediate adjacent property is the rear setback. I don't think that we need to add any lot restriction for front setbacks. That's what's hugging a county thoroughfare. So I don't think we need to be concerned with that because that's just going to be an impediment and a restriction on land use. So front yard setback I don't think is applicable here. And the side yards would be what is the kind of the flanking most narrow entrance areas of the lot. So it's really, we're talking about the rear yard setback, which is what is immediately adjacent to the Berry Avenue properties.
But then also, remember now, this applies to all CNs and not just Rancho. So we're trying to be respectful for all other properties that are adjacent to CNs.
Yeah, I mean.
So then we're talking about,
right, but that's where these, all the strike through in regards to the setbacks is, this is I mean, in common kind of like practice, if I was to talk to someone, if I was talking and working as a counter planner still to a developer, I would say, oh yeah, that's all the fluff that's extra that we forgot as a jurisdiction to remove because we just spent all the time, money, and effort to do all of our design controls. Those are those things that I was saying, is those are the things that are controlled in our new section of the ordinance. So I mean, it's these are the extra provisions that we said that we were going to get rid of and eliminate in the housing element program. So I don't really think we have latitude to kind of play with them. The 26 feet is going to be something that is provided by fire code. That's not something we govern. So I don't think it's necessary. And the other things aren't really, some of the provisions and some of them, if you actually read into them, is really more so just saying you're gonna landscape certain components of the setback that's established. So some of them are, but some of them are not. And there's the increased for immediate adjacency to our districts, which we said we would eliminate that increased restriction.
also the, when we talk about like height of structures.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to clarify a point
Go
that
ahead.
Councilmember Liang was making.
Yeah.
Director Zorns, I do want clarification on that because with regards to the setbacks, not just for Rancho, but the other CNs, I just want clarity on if as a council, we wanted to increase the rear yard setbacks. Where would we do that in this ordinance? And from a legal perspective, do you have any concerns? You are the city attorney. Because I am open to what I think Councilmember Liang is suggesting, which is to increase the rear yard setback. And to her point, we're talking about Rancho, and we heard from, I can't remember what Mr. Bear called them, the Gang of Eight. But I'm sure in the other areas, maybe to Councilmember Liang's point, there are residents on the front side. And so I just want to understand the setbacks you have now, and they're minimum, but we know developers may just stick to the minimum.
And the side.
And the side.
rear.
I just want to understand, and I want guidance from you and the city attorney on where we can go with this without running amok of the law?
So, one, I'll obviously always go back to our housing element program, which says that we will remove the increased extra essentially setback requirements. So that is what the strike through fundamentally does. I do think, though, I mean, I would have to hear some type of a suggestion of what we were talking about increasing in order for me to opine on whether or not we're going to trigger a conflict with SB 330. Because one of the fundamental things that has been a learning curve for several jurisdictions that did not really, kind of taking RBG's method of words matter, and they also matter where you put them. And it's very explicit into the way that she defined, or the way that the law was written, was that it defines you cannot have a reduction of density and intensity. And the setback, an increase in setbacks can trigger a reduction in intensity of the site because you're taking away developable area. And so that's why I was trying to be quite thoughtful when I was looking at the setbacks, about that. No, these are all covered elsewhere. So I'd have to hear something from the council that is somewhat of a recommendation or suggestion.
So
Okay,
the
I
change
think-
would be at 14.40.080, 14.40.090, and
There's different sections.
14.40.100.
But the vice mayor wants to tag on to this part of the discussion. Go ahead.
So I'm concerned about increasing the rear setbacks because what if the proposal comes in reorienting the property so the rear of the property is going to be facing Foothill? Then if you increase the rear setbacks, you're actually forcing the mass of the building closer to Barry, which is the opposite of what we're trying to do. I think it's very perilous to try to make these type of zoning requirements when we don't have a project in front of us.
I look to Director Zorns to respond to it because I understand your point, Vice Mayor. If there's a way to do it legally and that addresses the Vice Mayor's point, I could be open to supporting if there's support on council. If the advice from staff and the attorney, it's do not go down this path, then that makes sense to me as well.
So since this was my question? That's why I suggested, can we provide the Santa Clara County Emergency Services setback and start with that? And if that's problematic, I'm uncomfortable with having things say no setbacks. So I think if we can say in adherence to our emergency services code, I don't think it would be problematic, but it would be a start. And
just I had a quick thought just to address, I sit here and I think of options. Maybe to address, again, I really am deferring to the city attorney and staff here, but to address the vice mayor's point, could we put language that says this is a setback if it abuts residential or R1? So it's really tying it to when it actually abuts R1, regardless of the orientation.
Isn't that what most of the suggestions are to take out? So let me try on this. There's the concept of a functional front and a functional rear and functional side. I mean, it's usually used, I guess, a corner. But what I'm saying is that, again, to take into account what the vice mayor brought up, if you had, I don't know how this would work. If you did reorient it, there's the functional front may be at closer to what is now the rear of the property. So is there a way, I think the question is there a way to build in the flexibility so that you could actually have no rear yard setback, because it could be up against Foothill, and have the functional front, which is now pointing towards the rear, have some sort of setback. And I think Councilmember Daley is going to add on tag
I'm going to
team.
make it more complex. The functional front may be Barry for part of the development, and the functional front may well be Foothill for another part, or it may be either of the two streets on either side as the development gets mixed up. But what I'm wondering, Mayor, is would you consider sort of maybe taking a straw poll on the dais? Because if we don't have support for setbacks, why carry the conversation forward? Because I personally don't support adding setbacks.
I'm gonna interject just by kind of, I'm being asked to kind of opine, and so I'm just going to. I'm gonna point the council to the adopted housing element program. I do believe that the city would be in direct conflict of our certified housing element, so I do not recommend to
Okay, thank you.
maintain.
All right, very clear. That saves that. Okay, so then let's check. We've got some very clear opinion there. So do any council members want to continue pursuing this? No, okay. So at least, and again.
Well, I have no support.
Well, right, well, that's how we have to determine whether
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
keep going on an issue where there is or isn't support. So, so I wonder, I'm not quite sure
Okay,
the order we're
I-
going, because you're,
Yeah,
so
I
you have
have-
more questions?
Yeah, I do. So then, under the 14.80 items, I am concerned about how much we're giving up. And it says that we're giving oversight of our wireless communications facilities and eliminating council oversight. And I'm very concerned about that. I don't think that's a HCD thing. And I think that wireless communication facilities apply to multiple areas, of course, in R1s as well. And for it not to come to council and us not have a say, that I don't agree with that.
So I think we had a clarification earlier today. Would you please repeat it?
Correct, Mayor. We clarified that public comment. So the idea is if there's a variance on an antenna application, then through zoning, that would go to the Planning Commission and would be appealed to the City Council. It's bringing our ordinance, our zoning in line with the ordinance that Council adopted.
Okay.
So essentially, this is another cleanup item, making consistent with action we've taken with what is then an outdated ordinance. So
I thought our ordinance allowed us to keep council in. And
for appeals, yeah.
So under 14.80060, my concern is how when we have a conditional use permit, I noticed that we eliminated the traffic commission opportunity for the item to go through the traffic commission. And I think for some of the items, I think it's important to have, where relevant, it should go to the Complete Streets Commission. Could you help me understand that? Like, it's under G.
We already did that with the Complete Streets and the zoning update for that, and also the Complete Streets in the Chapter 2, Powers and Duties. This has all been
Right.
done. This was done a while ago.
Yeah, this is a further clarifying scenario. There's also, this is actually super out of date because this is referencing the PTC, which we have not had for several iterations of the commission composition. So it's not actually, if anything, this would go to Planning Commission even as the ordinance is
So it
written
will
today.
go to
Yeah.
planning, but not to Complete Streets, correct?
There's no provision here that would send it to the CSC.
Okay, and then under the OAD, commercial retail for 1454, I remember in the past, we had discussions that for permitted uses, we would allow for animal clinics to be downtown as well. So I was just wondering if we can make a L and add under 14.54030, add a L and include animal clinics. And this was past discussions in the past,
What would you like to include?
animal clinics. Because I know that was prior discussions in the past.
That, yeah, so that would be something that, I mean, the council could.
Add that L.
Generally speaking, though, I would at least, direct the, council that it's more of a conditional use. It's not like a permitted use by right, though. Generally with animal clinics, just because they have special operation standards that we actually want to be able to regulate and control the land use in an ongoing circumstance. Because there's a lot of components with animal clinics and care.
So can you state the page of the PDF, please?
14 point, what did I just tell you now?
182, okay.
And it would be,
Okay.
it would be L, under 14.54030.
All right.
Unless you want to add it under conditional uses and put it under, and make it a E, make it a G then.
So, Mayor, council certainly could add that if they wanted to. What we have is the two catches is K, uses which are determined by the zoning administrator to be the same general character. Typically, codes don't list out every specific use. They allow similar uses to be determined by the zoning administrator, which is why we listed it that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, for whatever reason, the version I'm looking at is just not aligning with,
I think you're on 191, Mayor.
I thought somebody said 182, but now, okay, now I see.
Mine it's 181 too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we can add it.
So again, I think we're kind of in the weeds here. I'd rather we had, we now switch over to sort of some of the top level questions that are in front of us regarding these programs. So, Councilmember, will come back to you, but I think we need to get some input from the other members of council. So who would like to give some, input on what's proposed in front of us and the programs, rather than necessarily, and again, I'm not saying that this isn't important, but I'm not sensing a structure here. I'm struggling with, all the different pages we're on. So, Vice Mayor, do you have something, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I had prepared a statement that really talked about the overall housing element structure, and given the hour, I'm not going to read the entire statement because like I said, it's late. But before I do talk about the issues, I do want to say thank you very much to the members of the public. We have gotten a lot of input on this issue, and the public's input has helped to inform my own thoughts and opinions about the ordinances that are proposed to be adopted tonight. Thank you very much, the staff, for all the work that you have done, and thank you very much for all the outreach that you have done, that you have made with the public. I know you've met with people individually. I know that there have been group meetings. I know that there are going to be group meetings in the future. I do want to emphasize one point to the public, and that is that the housing element update is a policy that has been enacted by and adopted by this council, by the five of us up here. In January, we adopted the HEU as the policy of the city, and we adopted it without anyone up here opposing the housing element update. So to the extent that you like the housing element update or you are dissatisfied with it, please always keep in mind that the ultimate responsibility for the contents of that element lies with the five of us that are up here. Staff has been putting in the yeoman's work in enacting that policy, but they are following the direction of the council. And I really want to make sure that everybody understands that, because I always want to be sure that people are being gentle with staff. And I know that most people are talking with staff more than council members, but it is the council members that are responsible for the content of the housing element. Before I get to substance, I also want to mention, I just want to give a background where I'm coming from. I believe that California does have a housing crisis. I believe that it is a regional problem, and regional problems require regional solutions. The RENA number that the city was given, about 1,950, is a lot, but in context of what our neighboring jurisdictions have been assigned, I think it was fair. And quite frankly, I think it's a number that we can meet. There's a lot of factors that go into it, and I'm an optimist, but I think we can meet it. Okay, getting to the specifics of what is in front of us today. With the amendments that Director Zorns has proposed as of earlier today, I would support moving forward with all of the proposed amendments. My biggest concern coming into tonight was that I didn't believe that the proposed ordinance required there to be both retail and housing on Rancho and Woodland. Our housing element update program 3C expressly says that we are going to require both retail, commercial, and residential. It has been said that our housing element update is a contract that we have with the state, and that's true. But I think that it's also a statement of policy, so it's a contract that we have with the residents. We said that we were going to make Rancho and Woodland, we were going to require mixed use, so I think that we are obligated to follow through on that. That being said, I want to make sure that everybody listening understands that is a requirement that we may not be able to enforce. We may be obligated to give a concession or a waiver under various state housing laws. Also, if we are not making adequate progress on our RENA numbers by mid-cycle, we are going to be obligated to come back and relook at the housing element update. And the requirement to have mixed use at both Rancho and Woodland is something that I would be willing to consider setting aside. But that being said, I would support tasking staff with bringing to us options to incentivize a developer to put in mixed-use development. To Pete's point earlier today with respect to how much how much percentage we're going to require for retail versus housing, I don't think a minimum 2/3 retail housing residential is adequate for the reasons that Mr. Desiking said. A developer could say, well, 100% is at least 2/3. But I think requiring a minimum of 20 or 25% retail is reasonable. And if the numbers have to be tweaked a little bit based on a request for a waiver or a concession, I think that would be adequate. But at least letting a developer know that 20-25% number, I think, is going to give the message to a developer that we're expecting one floor to be retail to serve the community. So that's where I stand tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Daley.
I largely concur with the Vice Mayor. We may differ a little bit on the percentage for retail versus residential. And I think that's probably something I can live with, not getting my way on the percentage. I will say this, when we do our mid-cycle review, it is very possible that the constraints that we are adding tonight requiring retail will prevent development at this site. The owner, Vidovich, has a lot of real estate, a very large portfolio. And maybe there are other sites with fewer constraints that there's, they're lower hanging fruit. And so, 4 years from now, when we look at this again, we may have to undo the decision that we make tonight if we in fact decide to require retail. So I just want to be very clear about that, actually, it's going to be incumbent upon us to create incentives that go beyond this ordinance tonight if we want to be successful in maintaining this ordinance throughout the entire housing element or housing cycle. So I too want staff to come back with ideas about, parking concessions, height concessions, fee concessions that will create market factors that will promote the kind of development that we want. Because it's not enough to just create policy. We're going to have to address some market conditions as well. But all that being said, I am willing to support this ordinance with the amendments that that Director Zorns has suggested, and I think we may need, a brief second sort of caucus amongst the council members on what that percentage should be. And as I said, I can live with something reasonable there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I concur with what my colleagues have said. I do want to publicly thank the members of the community, staff, and everybody else who has been involved. And please stay engaged. As was mentioned earlier, this is the first step of many steps before anything gets developed at that site. So please stay engaged. We want to hear from you. We want you to be part of the process as we move forward with whatever happens at the Rancho site. So thank you. And Mayor, I look forward to the discussion on what the percentage breakdown would be for commercial versus residential.
Okay, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate the work that was put in, and I thank you so much for it. And I thank you for also spending time with our residents to answer all their questions. Personally, I feel that we could do more. We could do more to perhaps attempt to address concerns. Unfortunately, we are not going to make any of the changes that I would have liked to have seen. I believe the changes that we could have made could still ensure that there was a quality of life for our residents, but yet still allow for development by the developers. And if we had made any changes, and it was problematic, HCD would come back to tell us. HCD has a technical assistance department that would have provided some clarity if it's problematic. And what we could have done is actually tried to do things and then say, we would like to do this, but if it's problematic, then come back and say it can't be done, but we attempted. But I think that it would have been great to have tried. So, but anyhow, I understand the direction that my fellow council members are going, and I'm not going to stand in the way. So I thank everyone for your engagement, your interests, your concerns, and continue to share them with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, thanks to everybody. I don't want to trivialize it, but everyone said it, but thank you. We mean it. So I was having trouble because I actually lost the document I started the discussion with, and I had to download it again. And so that's part of why I was having trouble keeping up with so sorry for being kind of pedantic, but this document disappeared, and so it made it kind of difficult. I wanted to make an observation. So first of all, I agree with my colleagues. I want to make an observation that I think might be helpful. And I know there's been some focus on the site list tonight. And, the site list was the product of so much work. Director Zorns hasn't been here that long, but he probably knows Los Altos better than all the rest of us because he's been through all those sites, so you could be a taxi driver. Anyway, no, don't be a taxi driver. Stay with us.
We would
But
quickly end up in the hills because I would take the wrong turn on exit.
so, but I want to make an observation about that site list, and I've made it in the past when we've had discussions when we talked about Woods Lane. But this applies any site that is on the site list. It doesn't mean it's going to be developed because it's up to the owner. It's not up to the city. Any site that isn't on the site list doesn't mean it's not going to be developed because it's up to the owner, not the city. So I don't know what's going to happen at B of A, but it doesn't mean nothing's going to happen there just because it's not on our site list. So please remember that these properties, all of our lots, our single-family homes, every single lot is driven by the property owners, whether it's on the site list or not. So don't take a false sense of reassurance if something isn't there, and on the other hand, it's not a guarantee that something's going to happen if it is. I just wanted to point that out because it's really up to the property owners. And what we're talking about is enabling some incremental changes, not from what we are today, but from what we could be today versus what these changes will enable. So I agree with my colleagues. I do have some concern, as we've all expressed, about whether the level of retail or mixed use might preclude development, which you might be tempted to think, oh, that's a great thing. But actually, as we see state laws develop, we'd actually all be better off if we'd done some development already, because it would be mid-level and it wouldn't, everything that comes is more and more and more intensive. So the older something gets, the more likely it's going to change, and the more you put it off, the more likely it's going to be more than it would have been if we'd done it yesterday. So, which doesn't make anybody feel any better, but I just wanted to point that out too. So regarding the retail, I think particularly at the bigger spaces like Woodland Plaza, I specifically went there on purpose today to sort of walk around and see it, and also Rancho. These are very big lots, and I don't think we should expect them to be cubes. We actually have objective design standards, and these could be brilliantly charming communities. They might be taller than we used to, but because of that, I don't think we should expect every lower level to be commercial. And then resident, again, you could have a cluster like Director Zorns was referring to that's happening in Sunnyvale. And, so I'm not comfortable with 25%. I mean, maybe 20%. In fact, maybe I'd be curious as to what the percentage is down at the Colonnade, where there's, again, I keep talking about Coupa because I've had a couple coffees there lately. And, what proportion of retail of that site versus what was built? I don't think that's near 25%. And yet it's a very attractive and workable, so I'd be concerned about setting it too high. I do feel 25% is really potentially too high. So I don't know what that means it should be. I'm veering more towards 20, but these are not educated guesses from the dais at 1125. So I would like a proposal to come forward with as the other information. But otherwise, I agree with my colleagues. I'm willing to support these programs in the ordinance. So with that,
Do we need to decide tonight, Mayor, the percent?
yeah. So what do we need to decide tonight?
Mayor, if council is comfortable moving forward with some amount as a percentage required, we could simply research that and bring it back at the next meeting. and assuming we didn't get too far from a placeholder number of, say, 20%, council could perfect it at the next meeting.
So,
Go
can
ahead.
we get an
Yeah.
opinion from the attorney on this, whether we have to reintroduce?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we change the number from tonight, when we're adopting it with 20% and we want it, or 15%, and we change it to another number, we would have to reintroduce and adopt, yeah.
Yeah, it would behoove the council to come up with a number tonight. And if we're talking specifically about the colonnade, I've also been there as well, Mayor, recently even. They have very little commercial or non-residential that is not tied to the residential that's behind the main frontage of the building. I mean, I would, because the site, I just looked it up, is 2.57 acres. I mean, it's nowhere near even 20% of that. So, I mean,
Right. Your gut. What range would your gut tell us?
So
Mayor.
before we answer
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
they may be defining that by depth of storefront as opposed to percentage. So I just get nervous when we're doing it from the dais without.
I do too. Okay. So, but then it sounds like we can't introduce, or we have to reintroduce. Go ahead, Councilmember Flegger.
Mayor, just a question for the city attorney. Can we give a range? So we would adopt it with the direction of anywhere between 20 to 25%. So it's within the approval, as long as you don't go outside of that range. We can do that. But I don't have a suggestion for a range, but I know that's.
But, so tonight, you're just introducing. So with the changes from Mr. Zorns, you can say we're introducing this ordinance with that change, and that would be incorporated when it comes back to be adopted. If you're going to change that percentage and you want to give it a range, you could add that tonight, and then it would be for adoption. But if you change it at adoption, then we start all over again. So tonight, you can tweak, but next time when you adopt, you can't tweak it.
So if we go back to the at least.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think about 5 hours ago, someone came up with.
Go ahead, Councilmember Daley, say it again. At least.
Why don't we just say at least 20%? That means it could be 33% retail.
I'm okay with that. That's what at least means.
So at least 20%. Okay. Okay, all right. So Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion. If you're ready to
Yes, that's what I was looking for.
I move that the City Council adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending chapters 14.16, 14.18, 14.20, 14.22, 14.24, 14.40, 14.44, 14.48, 14.52, 14.54, and 14.80 of the Los Altos Municipal Code to implement programs 3.B, program 3.C, program 3.F, program 3.G, and program 3.N of the six-cycle housing element update as amended by the director's proposed amendments, which were circulated by memo earlier today, and establishing a minimum of 20% as the amount of retail/commercial which must be incorporated into any mixed-use development at Rancho or Woodland.
Question for clarification, is that Rancho or Woodland or any CN?
it would be for CN.
For CN. Friendly amendment for CN.
So our the housing element just said Woodland and Woodlake.
So, but that's just removal of the FAR
FAR.
limitation, and then now we're providing this new mixed use threshold requirement. So yeah,
Okay.
we're doing, that's already a part of it. That's not even a part of your motion because we've removed the FAR limit. So now you're establishing the new provision, which is my proposed changes to address the public comment that we did.
Thank you for that clarification. I accept the friendly amendment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I would like to,
Yes.
I know kind of we're right at the tail end, but does the council not though want to establish the maximum for the non-residential for a mixed-use development to the maximum threshold of the 33%, because then that allows the project to qualify for the
Excellent.
EJA?
Yes.
So it actually,
Yes.
I just want to clarify, is essentially the staff-friendly recommendation
Yes.
or amendment would be that we will establish a range of a minimum of 20 to a maximum of 33% for non-residential in a mixed-use development.
Yes, thank you. That was the intent of the motion.
Okay.
And your second?
Yes.
Yes, okay, they're accepted.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
I'm pleased with the addition, and I appreciate that, but I'm not comfortable with all the changes. Thank you. So I'm abstaining.
Abstain.
Councilmember, you're allowed to vote no. Or you're going to abstain, okay.
Yes, because if I vote
Okay.
no, that means I'm saying I'm opposed to all of this. But I'm not,
Okay,
I
all right.
appreciate some of the things in there.
Okay,
So I'm,
all right, so you've
not
abstained.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember Lee Eng abstained.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'd also like to move that we direct city staff to investigate possible incentives that the city can establish to encourage the development of retail and commercial in mixed-use developments throughout the city. And I wouldn't expect that to come back to us before early next year, given everything else we have to do, but I think it would be appropriate.
I support that direction. How does everyone?
I think there's more. There are more
Uh-huh.
incentives. It's not just to incentivize mixed use. There's a lot more incentives that we would need to do to avoid them doing concessions. So, I mean, it's much broader than that request. I support it. But it's a lot more based on the discussion tonight.
So just a clarifier, there are things that we need to understand that would change things in our objective standards. Is that something as well that we need to have come back?
Yeah, it would need to come back, but I would also, there would be no trigger point until we see a project come forward that's actually been designed under the new provisions. So we're still in the in-between of our subjective standards to now our objective. We need to see a full project through to know what it actually is going to produce in the design process.
So that means it's not anytime soon, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. But yes, okay. So let me check with my colleagues. I still think we can finish. We just have a couple more items, but do we need to take a break? It's been a couple hours since we.
Yeah, but I have a question, Mia.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to request that we continue agenda item 7 to our next meeting.
I don't think I think we need to hear that tonight because there's some timing constraints associated with it, so, yep.
Okay.
And the commissioner has been waiting.
No, number 7 is Cities Association.
Oh, then yes. I missed that.
Right, okay, so we're going to power through it. We need a break, we're taking a 7-minute break. Thank you all very much.
One product type does not work.
Okay, so I'm going to ask any conversations to go outside because we're going to resume our meeting. All right. Thank you. So moving on to agenda item number 5, City Clerk, did you want to start us off? Because you do have an ask of us.
Yes, so Mayor and Council, the staff report contained in your packet tonight contained the list of the appointments to each of the commissions. We did hold interview sessions for vacancies for our commissions and one committee on last Tuesday, September 19th. And at the end of those interviews, the council took a vote by ballot, and they turned those ballots into me, and the report states the members of the public that had applied, the appointments to each of those commissions. The ask that I have of you is for complete streets. The direction provided on September 19th was there were 2 vacancies. Whomever gets the higher number of votes will be assigned to the 2-year term, and then the other person will get the 1-year term. Both were unanimous, so it was a tie. So I need to know who between Wesley Helmholtz and Scott Pieka will serve a 2-year term, and then the other will serve a 1-year term. So that's the direction I need from council. And then to confirm these appointments, we'll need a motion and a second.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
So I would propose that Commissioner Pietka be given the 2-year term. This was the second time that he applied, and I think that should be respected. I would also like to implore my colleagues to rethink your decision not to appoint anyone new on PARCC. I find it stunning to think that the majority of you did not think that there was anyone qualified to take either of those 2 seats. You are going to be reappointing 7 people in a couple of years rather than 5 people if you don't appoint 2 people now. And honestly, I think that commission really could use another 2 fresh bodies.
So I will just respond. It certainly, on my part anyway, had nothing to do with not finding any qualified candidates. There were a lot of qualified candidates, including the incumbents. But that's not.
It's not really on the agenda.
Not really on the
This
agenda.
is more like a
Yes.
reconsideration, which we haven't.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
haven't
So
done.
thank you for that, City Attorney. Let's focus on the proposal part that is on the agenda, and then maybe we can talk about. I support Scott Pietka having the 2-year term. Looks like Councilmember Flagger.
I don't know how it would be a tie, because I don't know how it was unanimous for both.
Because I didn't vote for both of them. I thought I voted for someone else, or maybe, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have the ballots here in
Okay.
front of me, but I
But
did
it's-
calculate 5
Okay.
and 5 for each.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, am I getting general agreement with Mr. Pietka of the 2-year term? All right. I have something, we discovered that there was a lost application that both myself, the city manager, and Councilmember Flagger had heard about as it was in process for the Joint Volunteer Awards Committee. And this was a volunteer named, or an applicant named Lindsay Carpenter. The city clerk now has her application and her answers to the 3 questions.
Correct. Today, she provided me an application and written responses to the 3 questions that all of the applicants received for September 19th.
No. No, we haven't gotten it. That's where I'm going with this. And so my proposal would be, this was a commission that we still had one opening. It was, I don't know where the technological glitch was, but we know that she was active in the application process beginning in July. So my proposal would be that in our next meeting packet, that Ms. Carpenter's application and 3 interview questions in written format be included in consent with a proposal to appoint Ms. Carpenter to the JVAC. And that's just a process point. There's an opening, we wouldn't have to reopen recruitment, and we would have a fully staffed. But if it's in consent and you don't agree with that, then you don't have to vote for it as usual with consent. So that's my proposal, but I'm open to suggestions for the process. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I support that request. As you mentioned, I was also aware of this application, and I mentioned it to Mr. England because my understanding is the applicant had submitted her application at least twice, way before the due date. And for whatever reason, it didn't make it to the right email address or person. And so that's why it was not included in the packet. But she submitted her application timely. We tried to follow up to figure out what happened. And so I really appreciate the city clerk and the mayor's suggestion of how we handle this error.
Any comments?
No, I had a question.
Okay, go right ahead.
So to the city clerk, when did you receive the application? Or what is this application that is claimed to be the date of receipt?
I received the application today from Ms. Carpenter. She tried to submit it earlier, is what she said, but we haven't found the application before today.
Then it would have so was it emailed or something to you and your email didn't allow for it? Well, I'm not comfortable with the ask. I'm not comfortable.
The submission process did not work. The submit button, she never got, So, I mean, you can vote no. I'm really looking for agreement or to put this on consent, and then you can vote
Just
no
like a
if you
future
feel.
agenda item, bringing this back, because it's for just.
I would like it to be a discussion item, and if.
A discussion item, okay.
I prefer a discussion because I think
Okay.
we got to understand this process thing, because if someone's past the deadline, my concern
But
is.
no, but see, that's what we're saying. It was a technological error. She wasn't past the deadline because, city manager, would you like to?
Mayor, I think if council supports putting it on the agenda, we can bring it back and have the discussion at the next meeting.
I'm fine with discussion as well. So, okay,
Fine. Consent's better, but
Yeah.
discussion is okay.
okay. All right, so we'll put it on.
Hang on.
What?
Mayor,
What?
let's put it on consent, because then it can be taken off consent. But we might actually see it on consent and go, gosh darn it, I'm for this person. I like that application. I don't need to have a discussion. We can go both ways if we put it on consent.
Council supported it, and the mayor will determine where it goes on the agenda.
Oh. Okay. All right, thank you. And then, yes, all right. And we can.
Could I clarify, please? I don't want the agenda to be so specific that we're just going to appoint this person. To me, I wanted to understand process and what was wrong with our process. So I want a broader agenda item so we can better understand it. Because if the person did not submit it in a timely fashion, I need to understand that, because then we're making exceptions for people who are not meeting the process and
But-
saying, okay,
But
let's do
three of
this.
us vouch for the fact that she thought she submitted it, but it never got to us. And we've, yeah, anyway, we'll discuss it. We're going to put it on the next agenda. You'll see where it pops up. And then we can either discuss it or not. But I agree with you, because I still wonder why it didn't work, but I don't have the same questions you are, because I had the discussions myself too. But, okay, so we've got that settled, and future agenda items, you can bring up what you suggested. I do have a card for public comment, so Ms. Morris wants to talk on this item. I only have one card, so it looks like we have a second speaker. If anyone online wants to speak on this item, we're going to do 2 minutes. It's late. We'll probably be 2 minutes for the rest of the evening. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Good evening, Teresa Morris, speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner, although it might blur a little here. I just have one comment. We only have 6 commissioners on Park. And so I don't know if you realize that, but there were 10, 4 are gone, leaves us with 6. So that's the math anyway. So I just thought I'd share that with you. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you, because that's not consistent with what we thought. So yes, we will follow up on that. Appreciate that. And Ms. Valadez.
Same issue, and I've got the math here if you want, but
Well, why don't you
concur
give
with
it to
what
the
you
city
said.
clerk?
All right, thank you.
And then that, yes, we will have to clarify.
We do have one speaker online,
All right.
Monica Waldman.
Yes.
There are now 6 instead of 10, so you need at least one more person. And I also wanted to mention that when I applied for commission spots, that I never got an email back that my application had actually been received. So I think there's a glitch in the software somewhere. So going back to the one person that was just discussed, I can understand that perhaps the application got lost.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So that looks like the end of public comment. I want to ask the city attorney now, in light of what we've heard and that we're missing a spot, and we're talking commission appointments and all of them are in front of us. Can we discuss what the park, yeah, if we confirm that 6, we must have somebody who's not on it that you don't have.
I think
record.
when we're coming back already with.
We're coming back already, we'll cover that.
Someone needs to
Yes.
figure out what happened with
Yes.
the park and the
We're
6.
gonna look at all of that. Okay, so we're gonna have another item, but, and Councilmember Liang.
So a question on that. We allowed people to extend who are still on. And then my question now is with Commissioner Waldman. She is still currently on, and we could extend that term, correct, like we did the other 2 people?
No,
No,
She's
no,
termed
she's
out.
termed
No,
out.
but like, what happens was, the other 2 people who were termed out, they termed out much more earlier, but we extended them, like we allowed, they termed out at March, but we said, can you stay on to September? So if we want, can we also extend a person that's still sitting as well and give them until our next interview again?
No, I don't think so.
No, Commissioner Waldman, her term expires in September of '23. And if I'm understanding correctly, the incumbents that you may be referencing that were interviewed, their first term would end in September of '23, but where Commissioner Waldman was in her
Microphone.
second term.
Okay, I thought they expired earlier and we asked them to stay a few
No.
months. Okay, got it. I didn't understand that. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to bring the 2 items forward then. I think this will definitely be a discussion item then, in light of that. So,
You can make a motion to confirm the remainder.
yes. I wanted to ask one more question, though I hesitate to do it if we have it as late on the agenda, but we could invite Ms. Carpenter in to speak in person if that would make my colleagues who don't know her feel better. So, but I don't want, an applicant to have to wait till midnight.
Mayor?
Who's
Mayor,
that?
that's me.
Oh,
Mayor?
yeah. You were popping up all over the place.
Not everybody who applied came in and spoke. Many couldn't. So I would suggest that we are probably okay to review her application without talking to her, although I will gladly talk to her if you invite her in.
I think that's a good point. I'll take it, and we don't need to invite her in. Okay. All right, so you want a motion to confirm the terms for the 2 and all the other appointments that are not in question? Yes.
Correct.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I move we appoint the commissioners that we agreed upon and that the clerk counted the votes for.
And the direction regarding the terms on the two Complete Streets commissioners.
Yes.
For
All
the
right.
record, I can confirm the Complete Streets positions. Scott Pietko was assigned to the seat with a 2-year term, and Wesley Helmholtz was assigned to the seat with a 1-year term.
Right. And what I will say in case anyone's listening and doesn't understand, so those are unexpired terms. And so when the term is over, whether it's in 1 year or in 2 years, you're eligible to apply again for what will be your first real term, such as that is. So, okay.
We have a motion from Councilmember Daley. Is
Oh,
second?
seconded by myself, I guess. Yeah.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Let's move on to item number 6, and the Vice Mayor will lead us through this discussion.
Can I mention something?
Oh, yes, yes, of course. City Attorney.
I just want to clarify for the public and the council, I mean, this was a direction from the council to provide such information, and you will see that there's really no finding of violations or findings. All that is to be determined by you in your discussion tonight and what kind of action you're going to be taking, and it's very discretionary. You know, you appoint, you can remove, you can give other direction, but it's all within the council's, discretion right now. So, I put this together, but it's really with no recommendation coming from me or the city manager.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As everyone knows, on September 7th, the Planning Commission considered the proposed housing element implementation ordinance that we discussed earlier today. On September 8th, Planning Commissioner Kate Disney wrote an email to the council, a copy of which is included in the packet. The day after she sent the email, I replied to Commissioner Disney and asked her to call me. I included my telephone number and I CC'd the city manager. The city manager saw my reply to Commissioner Disney, so I know that the email was sent. Commissioner Disney did not call me. She did not even acknowledge my email. Because her September 8th letter violated our norms and rules, and because she didn't contact me and she still hasn't reached out to me, I decided to ask the council to address this matter. Simply put, we must hold our commissioners accountable for their actions, and we must make it clear that commissioners have to know the rules and regulations and abide by them. Commissioner Disney's letter violated several of our norms. She did not preface her letter by saying that she was writing in her capacity as a resident and not as a planning commissioner. In fact, it appears that Commissioner Disney intended her letter to be persuasive because it was written in her capacity as a planning commissioner. Commissioners are obligated to abide by and respect the majority of their commissions. Commissioner Disney did not meet that obligation. In fact, her letter implicitly implores the council to disregard the majority decision of the Planning Commission. Commissioner Disney unilaterally asked the council to task the Planning Commission with new agenda items. She did not seek the consent of at least 2 other commissioners. I also note that Commissioner Disney did not ask staff to send a copy of her letter to the rest of her commission. Commissioner Disney's actions are serious violations of our commission handbook, and they also undermine the trust and effectiveness of the Planning Commission. We have, 80 or so commissioners now? We simply cannot allow 80 commissioners to believe that they can appeal to the council this way whenever they are in the minority. For the sake of the health of the Planning Commission and to affirm our commitment to the Commission handbook and our rules, I request that we address Commissioner Disney's actions tonight. And one last point I want to make, I saw that one of our local newspapers has a front page article on the edition coming out tomorrow saying that the council is going to consider disciplining Commissioner Disney based on her position regarding the housing element implementation ordinance. That is inaccurate. And in fact, I actually was convinced by one of Commissioner Disney's points, that being to make sure that the housing element ordinance complied with the language, the mandatory language of Program 3C. The reason that I wanted to bring this before the council is because there are serious violations. I think that it is damaging to the Planning Commission, and Commissioner Disney simply ignored me when I tried to reach out to her as the commission liaison.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Let me walk us through how I propose we get through this discussion. The Vice Mayor just opened why we're here, as he, as council liaison, laid out his perspectives. I'm going to allow each council member to ask any questions of the Vice Mayor that they may have, and then invite Ms. Disney up if she wants to come up, and you can have 5 minutes to speak if you would like to. If Ms. Disney speaks, then the council can ask questions of her. After that, we'll take public comment and then come back to deliberation. So we're essentially following the process we usually would, but I wanted to be sure we understood. And it's a little different having a planning commissioner, so she may choose to speak or not. You can still think about it. We've got a few minutes. So with that, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues if you have any questions for the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor. And I appreciate the introduction. And I share your concerns about the violation of our commission handbook. What I'm not clear on, however, is the ask. What is it that after we've taken public comment, heard from Commissioner Disney, and we bring it back to discussion, what do you foresee us discussing, if anything? And is there an ask of council tonight related to this item?
I'm going to reserve answering what the ask is until after Commissioner Disney speaks, assuming that she's going to speak. Had Commissioner Disney not appeared tonight, my ask would have been that she be removed and then we replace her. I'm glad to see that she's here. Honestly, if Commissioner Disney had contacted me before our last meeting and we had had a productive discussion, I would not have brought this to the council. This isn't something that I wanted to do. But I'm interested in hearing Commissioner Disney's responses to my thoughts before I make a recommendation to the council. I do have some ideas, and it is my hope not to ask for Commissioner Disney's removal, because I think that she adds a perspective to the Planning Commission that no one else would pick up. And I think having her perspective there can be useful when it is relayed in a useful, constructive manner. But we can't have commissioners violating the rules as we have an example here. So I'll wait and see what she has to say.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
You said you reached out to her, so obviously you emailed her. Do you know if she received your email? Because sometimes things go to spam and people don't see it.
No, but I replied to the email that she sent to the council.
Oh, you replied to that email. Okay. Did you attempt to call her?
Be put to bed with a private conversation with Ms. Disney, and that nothing else goes forward with that other than her having a discussion with staff. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waldman.
The next speaker is Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening, good morning. You can hear me, correct?
Correct.
So I just really feel that there's been a lot of misunderstanding. I believe that, Jonathan believes that, there were mistakes made by Miss Disney, but I think that the mistakes were probably inadvertent. I think that, you know, training is really important, and you've made recent changes. And uh, I would like to, I've spoken to several different commissioners on different commissions who've told me that they really, did not have, training that they could ask questions at, that they could get examples, for instance, this, for instance, that. Uh, I just hope that we can move forward. I think Miss Disney has, like Jonathan said, a lot to contribute to the community. And Pete Daly said, her ideas are, reasonable. And the commission were facing a lot of residents, about 60 or 70 residents or so, uh, who were very concerned about the mixed use. So it wasn't what she was talking about. It was simply that she wrote a letter to city council. And in years past, you could write a letter to city council. And when the handbook is updated, I think it's really incumbent upon the city attorney and the staff to have training, whether it be on Zoom or not just be handed a handbook and say, here, go read it. So I hope that we can, come together and respect each other, respect the volunteers, because I think that our commissioners are valuable. And if a mistake is made inadvertently, that we should be able to forgive and forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
The next speaker is Joe Beninado.
Yes, hi. Good morning. It's Joe Beninado speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. I don't want to comment on the substance of this matter with my colleague, Commissioner Disney, but I do want to speak regarding the training portion that seems to be confused. I forwarded to council just a few moments ago the multiple emails that we received from staff. At that point, it was Adelina Del Real, who welcomed us to the planning commissioner. Commissioner Disney and I were appointed at the same time at the September 20th meeting last year. And we were given links to, well, I was given, I don't know what she received, but I was given a form letter with materials to a drive file, Microsoft Drive or whatever it's called, with a bunch of materials, the handbook, as well as a link to a YouTube video, which is the training that I received. It was actually Andrea who had recorded a video during COVID that we were all supposed to watch, and that was our training, which was not adequate in my opinion, but there was some training. Further, we were given state training around ethics. I forget, it's through the FPPC, and we had to get a certificate and submit that in order to show up for our first meeting, which was, I believe, either October or November of last year. So there was some training. It was pretty weak. I really hope we have a bunch of bright people here. This is not that complicated. For every commission, there should be a series of steps that the commissioners, as they're welcomed, have to go through, whether in person or watch this video or, whatever, just like a driving, test, or not a test. If you have to go to driver's school, I may have done that once or twice in my life. You have to watch the video, answer some questions, whatever it might be. We have to get better at educating our commissioners. But we did receive some education, at least when I joined last fall, which was, kind of in the exiting COVID period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado.
The next speaker is a phone number that ends in 7267. Paul, are you willing to unmute yourself?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I had another one on because sometimes I can't get in. Am I getting an echo?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, good. So I don't know the commissioner, Kate Disney, and I'm not a commissioner myself. I'm just a person. But I reviewed the letter that she wrote, and I've also read the commissioner handbook. Maybe someday I will be a commissioner. I looked at the things, the allegations, if that's what you want to call them. I don't see anything persuasive of trying to say disregard the commission. The letter itself seemed to me just what she said it was. This is the concerns I had. There's even a comment about, I don't really understand why they have the FAR in there. That's not something you write when you're trying to persuade someone. So I don't see that she was trying to do that. I think she was upfront. I'm talking about myself. I'm the only one that have this opinion, and so don't disregard it. And with respect to the request at the end, I think there's a big difference. She asked for to authorize the Planning Commission to study those ordinances. She didn't ask them to task. My understanding in the handbook is that in order to bring something up on the agenda, it has to be within your plan and what you're already tasked to do. And if it's not in that list, in order to bring it up and get it on the agenda, you have to first go to get council to approve it, to have it on your plan or task list. And so I don't see how she could have brought that up and got other commissioners to do it, because she wouldn't really be able to talk about it until it was in that task list. So I just see that's the way I read it, and I can see why she was making that request. And again, it was not on behalf of the commission, and she was just talking for herself. I think that she didn't have that one statement that you want. I'm just speaking on behalf of, she should have said that probably, and maybe some training and forgiveness, like has happened with many of the other commissioners, would be the right thing to do. And I do feel sad for her to be put through this at midnight. It's kind of a bummer when your brain's not really working the same anymore. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The last speaker is gone.
The last speaker is gone.
They lowered their hand. So if you would like to
Okay.
speak.
So we are closing public comment. I'm going to bring it back to council, and I'm going to hand it over to the vice mayor, but I do just want to point out that we received a letter and the vice mayor reached out, and when he didn't hear back, it was a reasonable assumption that there was not a response. I appreciate hearing that you didn't get an email or didn't see that you got one. But no one is trying to pick on commissioners. There was an understanding that you hadn't responded. So it's good to have the conversation. It didn't necessarily have to happen here. If you had reached out, you could have reached out and had the conversation. He could have withdrawn the item. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over to the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask a clarifying question from staff. Can staff confirm whether or not Commissioner Disney was sent a copy of the commission handbook when she was appointed?
We should have sent the materials to every appointed commissioner. I would have to go back and look to confirm every newly appointed commissioner received it. But it contained the commission handbook and other documents, the video as was described in public comment.
Thank you. I take Commissioner Disney at her word that she didn't get my email. I don't understand why she didn't reach out to me after she saw this agenda item. If we had had a meaningful conversation then, I would have asked the council to drop it tonight and not consider this. I'm having a hard time believing that Commissioner Disney was not sent a copy of the handbook. I know when I was first appointed as a commissioner, I was given a copy of the handbook. I was instructed to read it. We heard from another commissioner who was appointed at the same time to the Planning Commission that he received a copy of the handbook. So it's very difficult for me to reconcile the city's regular practice and my own experiences with her claim that she never received the handbook. I think that it's pretty clear that there are violations of our rules and norms as is set forth in the handbook. And I think that it is reasonable to have expected the commissioner to know that those rules were there. At the same time, I respect the comments tonight about people making mistakes. Lord knows that I have made my share of them. I think that the Planning Commission would be worse for wear without Commissioner Disney's perspective, because again, she comes to the commission with a perspective that is different from many of the other commissioners. It's a perspective that is often different from mine, but I think a healthy democracy and a healthy city needs to have different opinions. What I haven't heard tonight is any kind of acknowledgement that there was a violation. I haven't heard an apology. I am really concerned about the cohesion of the Planning Commission moving forward. Assuming that Commissioner Disney acknowledged that she violated the commission handbook and was willing to make a statement to the Planning Commission acknowledging what happened and airing it out with the Planning Commission, I would support keeping her, letting her continue as a commissioner. But I just think that that letter is not something we can ignore. And I think that we have to tell our commissioners that they've got to abide by the rules. And if you're a commissioner, it's your obligation to know the rules. And I think that we've heard tonight that those rules are provided to the commissioners.
So, Vice Mayor, I would like to add to what you said that I think you, as the council liaison to that commission, and Commissioner Disney should talk like you intended in the first place when that letter was sent. And I think you can go through some of it one-on-one, not in front of everybody. And I hope that you both, you each would be willing to do that. And that would be a private conversation. I think that, and we'll see what other council members think, that this, I will take at face value also. I will call this a misunderstanding because the interpretation, I think, on both sides, if you didn't receive the email, and I can imagine, what learning about the agenda item would have felt like. But I know what receiving the email and not having a response from you felt like being a council member. So that's why I want you to talk, but I do also want you to understand why we feel it's important, and I'm not sure that that's there. So I think the two of you could probably do that. But that's just my suggestion, and I would agree with what else you said. But I want to open it up to my other colleagues, if anyone has anything to add. Councilmember Daley.
So I also think we should be able to maneuver through, around, and beyond mistakes and misunderstandings. And as I said, I really appreciate Ms. Disney's service, but it doesn't change the fact that the letter itself did violate several norms, and sometimes it's not necessarily about individuals. It's about process. It's about the other commissions. It's about setting precedent, and it's about trying to establish a framework and some rules and some expectations within which we all can work. And so I view this in that context. I do not view this as a real personal sort of issue with Commissioner Disney. I view it as a commissioner that was apparently unaware of some of the rules, and this commissioner, as well as all other commissioners, need to be aware of the rules. I also have to say, though, Ms. Disney's been around for a while. She's been a planning commissioner before, and she's also a really effective leader in the community. I know a lot of people who greatly respect what she has to say, and she's been involved in the conversation about housing and development and the purview of the Planning Commission even before she was on the Planning Commission, and she's very well connected in the community, and I just am a little bit skeptical of the claims of ignorance on this commissioner's part, because I think of all the commissioners that we have, she's one that has a lot of experience, a lot of exposure to council matters. I find it almost impossible to believe that council has taken up powers and duties of the commissions, the makeup of the commissions, the handbook and the rules by which commissions operate, and that this commissioner was completely oblivious to that. She figured out that she was on the agenda for tonight, so she must look at the agenda sometimes or have people talk to her that are familiar with council matters. So I really am looking for Commissioner Disney to say, guys, oops, won't do it like that next time. Sorry. And by doing that, set an example for all of us that, we should do our best to abide by the rules. And every once in a while, if we screw up, we say, hey, I messed up, I'm sorry. But that involves a little contrition, and I'd like to see that.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick based on the time. I support your suggestion of having Commissioner Disney and the Vice Mayor meet one-on-one and have a private conversation about how we move forward. I do share Councilmember Daley's last point about admitting when we make mistakes, even if it was inadvertent. And I was looking for some of that tonight, just because we all make mistakes and we do things at the time not realizing it's a mistake. But once it gets pointed out, I do think it behooves us to say, you know what, sorry, didn't realize that violated the handbook or the norms. Even if you were to say, I wasn't familiar with the norms or handbook, now that I am and I see how I violated it, I've learned, it will not happen again, or I'll do my best. Again, we all make mistakes, we make multiple mistakes, but I think it's figuring out how we learn from those mistakes so we can all move forward. So for me, Mayor, I support your suggestion. I think that's the reasonable and logical step from tonight's meeting, an action item. And I hope not just Commissioner Disney, we as council members and other commissioners listening, let's all take this as a learning opportunity and echo the sentiments about training our commissioners. There's obviously a need for many reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang?
While we went through the handbook, while we talked about commissions, we repeatedly raised the concern about the lack of training. I think it's important to use these moments as teachable moments, but not as punitive moments. I think it's important that we continue to treat everyone equitably and with compassion, and that we definitely need to improve our training process and fix it. And we need to fix our, it's not that, we have had a lot of situations where commissioners address city council with their own ideas. And and the times are different. Before, you can say, yes, she's a previous planning commissioner, but the times are different, and how councils in the past accepted our input or accepted our recommendations. I sure hope that we're not saying that we're not as approachable as before. Councils used to be more open to hearing from us, hearing our ideas. I, myself, have approached council as an individual. They recognize me as a commissioner. I might have forgotten, but that's how we got the concerts in the park. I went on my own. And if I was crossing a line, it turned out to be a good mistake. So I hope that you have that conversation and we respect, it never comes off that we're disrespecting having individuals with diverse opinions be viewed as problematic. So I hope we can just work together, move past this together. We went to our conference, we learned about how important it is for all of us to work together and continue to be a team. So I think, Mayor, you made a great suggestion, and let's move past this.
Okay, thank you, council member. I'm going to just check in a moment. I do want to point out that the vice mayor did reach out. That was his first, he was being approachable. He reached out, whatever cross communication or lack thereof, his first response was to reach out. So that definitely happened. So Vice Mayor, do you want to respond? You've gotten some input, and what do you think? Are you willing to do next step? And Commissioner Disney, we'll see if she agrees with what you're suggesting.
Absolutely, I do. I'm happy with my colleague's suggestion.
And Ms. Disney, so when the Vice Mayor reaches out, you're willing to have that conversation that ideally would have happened before all this misunderstanding, or I can leave it to the two of you if you're not ready to answer that question yet. So would you like the Vice Mayor to reach out, and then you can respond to him rather than responding to us if you look puzzled? If you don't want to respond now, I'm willing for you to say that, but the Vice Mayor is going to reach out, correct?
Unless I'm told not to.
Okay, unless he's told not to. Okay.
Would you
All right.
prefer by phone? That way we have no miscommunication this time. Thank you.
All right. All right, I will leave it up to the two of you. For now, we're good. Apologies to all. This was not about content, not about vote. It was about trying to clarify, and I think we've done that through this discussion. So thank you all. We're going to move to item number 7, and Councilmember Fliger is going to open this for us. We'll try to be concise.
I will be very concise. Thank you, Mayor. Item number 7 asks Council whether it approves joining the Cities Association of Santa Clara County Joint Powers Authority based on the terms set forth in the JPA that's included in the packet. The packet is very comprehensive, as we've heard from many cities. And so I think most, if not all, of your questions have been answered in the packet. And I'm going to pull a Mr. Maginot, where after a certain time, even if you had a long presentation planned, you cut it short and just say, I'm here for questions. The last thing I really wanted to say was the Cities Association was formed over 30 years ago, and it was by our very own former Mayor Penny Lave who came up with this idea to form such a group. And so for many reasons, and the reasons stated in the packet, I think it's very important and to the benefit of our city to continue with this organization and to protect our city for many things and for many reasons as a JPA. And with that, Mayor, you are our board representative on the association, so I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yes, I am the board representative this year. I'm just going to briefly add that, in my opinion, it's either this proposed solution, JPA, I'm not talking about the specific words per se, but, or nothing, because I think we know all too well in this city that the current structure is far from ideal. So, and I would say that I myself have seen examples just current with the Cities Association. Planning Collaborative, I'm going to pass this around later. I'll mention it in our updates, which provides ADU, county ADU resources for everyone in every city in the county. And this has been sort of put forward and sponsored through the Cities Association. So I support the proposal. And I would like to open it up if any council members have questions for particularly Councilmember Fliger on this item. No questions? Councilmember Liang.
I do have a few questions. I did read the report, but it wasn't clear. So first of all, why was the expiration or formation of a JPA as well as the funds expended not brought before the council? I don't recall an action on this item.
So as the packet explains, Councilmember Liang, in August 2020, and our board representative back then was former Mayor Jan Pepper. That board considered the recommendation from the council at the time to move forward with a JPA. The presentation that was done by the Cities Association attorney at the time explained why the other options, the other formats or structures for an association were not recommended, and why a JPA was recommended. Also included in the packet are the reasons and advantages to having a JPA. So the board representative for our city council in August 2020 voted in favor, and it was unanimous. All the city representatives at that meeting agreed with the recommendation from the council that the JPA was the best structure for the Cities Association for the reasons stated.
Yeah, I understand that, but there wasn't a timeline, so I thought it was dead. So then when they further to discuss it, it was never reported back to us that it was continued to be in discussion. And then when we have to expend funds, why aren't we informed about the funds? Because as the items talks about in the articles is how there is information about the reports on how money's been spent, but how come it never comes back to us?
So I'm not sure what you're referring to, Councilmember Liang. So the Cities Association has an annual budget cycle where the budget is presented to the board by the executive director. Changes can be proposed and made, and then the budget is approved, and then it's presented. A letter is normally sent to the city manager. And I think sometimes the board representative gets copied on that letter, basically outlining the budget and how much each city would be responsible for paying. And so your board representative sits in those meetings and hears and sees during the budget report item how the money is being expended.
So why isn't the budget report shared with all council members of the cities? Council members of the cities.
It's publicly accessible. I think it's definitely, if you're interested, you should talk with your board representative to get access to that information. I'm sure it's very council specific, where there are some council members who will defer to their board representative and they do not need to see the expenditures monthly or even annually. And maybe there are other council members who would like a report. I think the onus is on each council, if that is something they would like their board representative to do, to request it. As far as I'm aware, that was not requested before, and it wasn't a responsibility or requirement of the board representative.
Okay, so I would need to understand, why are we rushing on this now?
I wish we were, and again, a couple of weeks ago, I think I said Los Altos rushed, but this is definitely not rushing. This is something that the Citizens Association has been considering for years because of tax issues and more recently liability issues. And so in August 2020, as the packet explains, the board unanimously voted to move forward with the JPA, and we're 3 years later. So this is definitely not rushing the process. There's been a lot of information shared with members of each council. As a matter of fact, it's been in the papers. So I think it's clear based on the timeline, this is not being rushed. And as I said at the beginning, this is in the interest of our city. And I know you're one council member who cares a lot about how our funds are expended and protecting the liability of our city. Failing to move forward with the JPA would be putting our city at risk for many of these things.
So to me, I think it's important to understand the bylaws that will be attached to the JPA. And I don't understand why the bylaws weren't included, because I think it's important that the public has access to the documents as well. There are other documents that was not included, and I had to get them last minute, and I didn't get a chance to go through them thoroughly. And I think the public should know what we're trying to get into. So why are the I think because the documents provided information as how this would align with the board overall. So like the information regarding the joint powers law, there were other documents that I felt that we needed to have to better understand the JPA. And yes, there is information on what a JPA is, but I think the information on the JPA is too broad. And also, we have a lot of cities that will be discussing it. They're going to come back. They're going to express their concerns. They're going to want to provide their edits. How are we going to see all the other cities' edits? Shouldn't that be coming back to us? And when will it be coming back to us?
Go ahead, City Attorney.
My understanding is this is the final document, and it is not subject to more revisions and more edits. I think Mr. England could comment on that as well. And I thought the bylaws wouldn't be made available until the JPA was formed, but I guess there's some draft bylaws. Because until they form the entity, how can you have bylaws? So I was a little confused about the bylaws myself.
So it's to allow non-substantive changes to be made. We're asking to delegate that authority to the CASP representative.
So the city managers were able to make edits. So are you saying that cities are not able to provide edits after they look at this?
Can I clarify
Okay.
the point? And I agree 100% with the city attorney on the process to adopting updated bylaws once we have a new structure. With regards to substantive changes, as the packet explains at the November 9th Cities Association board meeting, if there are councils that would like to propose substantive changes, the board has the opportunity to consider making those changes to the JPA. If majority or more of the board members agree with those proposed changes, then we would have it go back to the councils, including councils that have approved the JPA. If at the November 9th meeting, we do not have a majority or more. Well, first of all, let's see if there are any councils that present proposed edits, because again, it's what majority of each council wants to do. And so if there are councils that have majority or more of their council members propose substantive edits, those will be considered by the board on November 9th, and the determination will be made whether or not to still move forward with the current draft of the JPA, or to have it go back to all the councils again to consider these edits.
Okay, because I kind of feel that this last, not understanding the JPA and the direction it was going, unless I got the documents, like the Government Code Section 6504, the Joint Powers Law, the Cities Association bylaws, the Operation Agreement, Policy Statement, and Legislative Guiding Principles. We, as a small city, need to be aware of all of this, because we already have a limited voice. We have to make sure that our voice is represented. And I'm just concerned that we don't want it just to be rubber stamped. And so if you're saying that it has to have the majority to approve those edits, that those cities come back, you have one city that already dropped out and is not part of this cities association. How does this impact all the rest of us that when you have cities not, if you should have more cities not being part of it, because perhaps they're not happy with their edits not being accepted and they won't feel comfortable moving forward.
So just to clarify for the record, I think you're referring to the city of Gilroy. The city of Gilroy, as we move forward with this new JPA structure, they will still have an opportunity to consider whether or not they want to join this new structure. So we do not know yet if all 15 will actually join the JPA. So we do not know yet how many cities will actually join the JPA. As I'm sure you saw in the JPA draft, if we have 8 or more cities sign up for the JPA, then we will form the structure and move forward as an organization. Obviously, we would love all 15 cities to join the JPA because we think together we bring forward a strong voice, and we have a lot of examples over the years where the Cities Association has had a positive impact, and it has actually benefited smaller cities to be able to work and join with bigger cities to have a stronger voice in Sacramento and also in passing local resolutions and supporting ballot measures. So it definitely benefits us as a small city. With regards to the joint powers law, we had the city attorneys group, we had the city managers group, we had board representatives look at different drafts of this JPA agreement, and many, many edits were made. We also were able to narrow the scope of the JPA authority because we heard concerns that they wanted to make sure that the JPA wasn't able to do things that a lot of cities were not comfortable with. So a lot of changes have been made. Every point you've made so far, Councilmember Lee Eng, I want to reassure you that those points have been made by other council members, and they have been specifically addressed. Even though your request today was late for those documents, I want to applaud the Cities Association staff for still getting you those documents. Whatever documents requested, if they're available, we will get them to you. We're not trying to keep any documents away from any councils. We basically provided the documents that we thought were relevant to the discussion tonight, but obviously you needed additional documents, and they quickly turned them around and got them to you today.
I think it's not just for me. I think documents is for the general public as well. Because decisions we make, whether we're going to get into a JPA or not, we're representing our community. They want to know what we're getting into. And I think it's not just me. So I think they want to be sure that's like Los Altos is not giving up our local governance. And
So
that's,
I just want you to stick with questions right now, and I understand you're explaining it, but make sure you've asked your questions of Councilmember Flagger so that everyone else can ask any questions if they have any.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Okay. And do you have questions? Okay, we haven't had public comment yet. So if you are on that stage then I will see, I don't have any public comment cards for item number 7. With teeth chattering over there, they say no. It is cold in here. And I don't see any hands raised online, so I will bring it back to council. I do want to just make a point. I agree, it'd be good to see the documents, but we don't have the bylaws yet, as the city attorney explained, as did Councilmember Flagger, because you don't create the bylaws before you have an entity. In my again, my however many months now, or this year, serving on the Cities Association, I do think that, and this is what some of the bigger cities don't like, is that the smaller cities actually have an outsized voice. We have an equal voice with San Jose, in the context of the City Association. And I do want to also say that this agreement creates a very narrowly defined organization that really just allows collaborations with the cities within the county, including for sort of a statutorily defined city selection committee that the county is assigned to it. So it's not like you can hire employees. It's not like, there's nothing about PERS, there's nothing about no buying properties. It's really just a collaboration with a structure around it to reduce liability. So any other impressions, or is someone ready to make a motion? Okay, Councilmember Daley.
I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos approve the Cities Association of Santa Clara County's request for approval of the Joint Powers Agreement to establish the Cities Association of Santa Clara County Joint Powers Agency.
Thank you, Councilmember Daley. And there are 3 recommendations, including on page 2. And so you could either reference them or go through each one, but that's part of the request tonight. approving.
I would amend my motion to include reference to those 3 points.
Okay, I think for the record, it might be, I mean, no, it's late, but it might be helpful to read the 3 points. Councilmember Daley, do you want to do it, or?
It's probably going to take me a minute or two
Okay.
to call it up.
Okay, let me, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I move that the city council approve the proposed JPA, that we delegate authority to the city council, City Association of Santa Clara County Board Representative to report approval of the JPA at the CASCC Board of Directors meeting and approve any non-substantive changes made at that board meeting without having to bring it back to council for further action, and that we authorize the city manager to execute the JPA.
Okay, was that the first or the second, Vice Mayor?
I withdraw my motion, so that'll be the first.
Okay, and would you like to second?
I second the Vice Mayor's motion.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
No.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
Thank you.
All right, and I will report back from the next meeting and/or Councilmember Flagger as well, as how that discussion goes. So we're going to move on to our last, let's see, council staff reports and directions on future agenda items. I would like my colleagues do it all in one fell swoop, so do any reports and do any future agenda item proposals all in your term to talk. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Daley.
I don't have anything to report, but I have 2 items to consider for future agendas. The first would be perhaps an information session or I don't know what the best format is, but I would like to take up ways to improve wireless connectivity in downtown. And after having conversations with staff and a number of other individuals involved, I do think there are some things we can do. Perhaps, I don't know, city manager can elaborate more on that, but.
If council supports the topic, we would be happy to bring back ways that actions the city could take to improve wireless connectivity.
Question for city staff. I know that a wireless network is, I think it's a phase 2 item for downtown. How far is the city away from that item?
So I think to avoid getting a substantive discussion, we could include that update as well as the cellular service if council supports the topic.
Then I'll second the request.
And I'll third it to make it, and then we have a fourth, to make it a staff.
Thank you. So my second item of business that I would like to agendize, Mayor, I may need your help at this late hour to remember the details, but we need to take up a discussion about the library JPA.
Not quite. Let me try rephrasing.
Please.
Rephrasing that. I think, so Councilmember Daley and I are NCLA representatives, so that's, I think, what he's thinking about. But actually what we want to do is request the Library Commission to bring forward to council at a study session the current status and options they've considered for improving the library for consideration of council. Did you want to add anything?
No, I just, if we added anything, I think that the subject itself is also, or the subject itself is improvements to the library, in particular with JPA money, in particular with the parcel tax money. But it doesn't have to be exclusively that. As long as the topic itself allows for that discussion, that's fine.
So, yeah, so what Councilmember Daley's talking about is making sure the agenda item is broad enough to explain why we bring this forward to a study session. I would certainly, so we have Councilmember Daley and myself. Do we have a third?
I'll be the third.
Okay, so we do have 3 and 4. Yeah, I think a study session because, and we'll have to work on formulating the specific questions, but, you know, maybe we can help get the discussions on track. What are the options that the Library Commission has looked at, and what does council think of that? Because before things, you know, get too far, council has to weigh in. It's our building. So study session. We have agreement for that. Okay. Is that all for you, council member? Yep.
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be the opposite. I have no new agenda items to suggest, but I have a brief report. Since our last council meeting, I attended the city staff's community meeting regarding rezoning Rancho and the HEU more generally. I think it was a productive meeting. I think that while the residents who were concerned about rezoning didn't walk away happy, I think that they felt that they were heard. And again, I want to really thank staff for that meeting because it was not at all an easy meeting at times. Secondly, I'll report that I attended former Mayor Roy Lay's Celebration of Life ceremony. It was a beautiful ceremony. It was a moving service. And it's really a reminder that we on council are standing on the shoulders of giants who have helped form and shape this town.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council member.
Well said, Vice Mayor, well said. I'll try to go quickly. I have a future agenda item request. This is for a letter of support to the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. I think it's their October 17th meeting to support the Stanford Community Plan. As the mayor and I reported before, and Director Zorns, we attended an update hosted by Supervisor Simidian and county staff, letting us know about the community plan and what would be proposed. And I think based on our own priorities and values and things we have discussed, they align really well with what's in the community plan. And so I would like to agendize, if there's support, a letter signed by the mayor on the next agenda so we can get it to the Board of Supervisors for their meeting.
I support that. Does that need to be, oh, we have 3, okay.
Yeah, the staff has to. We gotta have the letter,
Yeah.
so we need staff support.
Well, we probably have an example of it, but,
If you need
you know,
text.
we'll figure it out. So it probably won't need much staff support, I don't think. Yes, okay.
Just a couple more things, Mayor. I know it's late. The second thing, Mayor, I'm glad the Vice Mayor mentioned the community meeting that was held last week, because I agree, it was clearly effective, and I actually heard a couple of residents just this evening they did it publicly, but they also thanked staff, so they really appreciated that engagement. As we move forward, and we heard Director Zorns mention we at least have 4 more rezoning sites to do, I would like us to learn from the Rancho experience and try to get ahead of this. And so I would like to suggest to staff, and with support, if there's a majority or more council members to support this, that we plan ahead and have community meetings sponsored by the city. I like to see the mayor and the city manager and the applicable director head up these meetings, where it's not sponsored by any special group or any special interest that's pushing their own message. It's really an informative educational session that the city's sponsoring to educate residents on what's happening, the facts, just the facts, the laws, what we're doing, why we're doing it, where we go from here. And so I understand there's at least one special interest group community meeting already planned. My preference would actually be to have a city-sponsored community meeting before that event. And then, of course, similar to the housing element update, if staff wants to do a show, take the show on the road and go to each different group, LAHA, LAR, LAIR, and all the other voices, all the different community groups, and then do specific presentations, then that would make sense to me, Mayor. So that the request is, if there's support to give direction to the city manager and staff to hold these community meetings for community on rezoning. I heard from the director at least 4 more big sites, and we want to get to the neighbors ahead of time before it comes to us.
So I would second that, but before I do, I just want to confirm, is this something staff can do?
Vice Mayor, yes, we would be happy to do that.
Then I would enthusiastically second that idea.
Me too.
Okie dokie.
I volunteered you, Mayor.
Yes, I've been voluntold, as they say. Yes.
And then just 2 more things.
Schedule permitting.
Yes, schedule permitting.
schedule
But I
permitting.
do think it's important
Yeah.
for us to do this. 2 more things quickly, just my verbal report from the Cal Cities Conference that I just attended, and along with the mayor and Councilmember Lee Eng in Sacramento, attended different sessions on community conversations, general session with speakers talking about resilience and real leadership and effective leadership and small cities tackling big problems, and how to manage disruptive members of the public. I thought it was a great session. We had record numbers at the conference, and so I'm happy and thankful that the city was able to fund my trip to attend the conference. The last thing I will say, breaking news today, on the CBRT measure, I don't know if you saw this, Governor Newsom, along with support from Cal Cities, has filed an emergency petition to remove that measure from the November 2024 ballot. Wow. So that's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Liang.
I just find it difficult that in the limited amount of time, so I'm going to ask again. It was difficult to go through the 264 pages and then some on the additional documents we had to go through for this packet in such a short time. And I would like to revisit going back to our old policy and having our agendas earlier and our packets earlier. So that's one request. The other item.
Well, let's, don't you want to take them one at a time? So you're requesting to get packets earlier than Thursday evening.
Yeah.
But it was the staff.
Yeah, I know.
If we want, because before we had a policy and you could meet that. Even just getting whatever documents I had earlier, it was very helpful for me.
I'm not sensing support here on the dais. We've gone through this a number of times.
Okay, I
I
wanted
mean-
to ask because it is difficult to read such a big packet in such a short time, and the additional things that all come in late. The other thing is I didn't see on the schedule, we once again would like to, we had the dark skies. I don't see a date on our calendar where that's coming up. So I hope that we can get that on. The dark skies ordinance?
We do have that scheduled. It might not have made the latest tentative agenda, but we have scheduled it.
Okay, that's great to hear. The other thing is, we went to the conference. Yes, so there was, I went to a number of sessions as well. It was great to see at building a culture of accountability. Our police chief gave a wonderful presentation. She did an excellent job, and I hope she's not recruited away from us. A lot of, members from other cities said how lucky we were. They talked about the state housing laws, and that the fact that all the 80 bills that passed this year, and that making sure that our cities knew about the technical assistance, which Nick already knows about, that will be there to help our cities. Went to the Stop Hate session, There's a growing number of incidents that are, and the public is aware that, and very fearful at this time. So there is also a United Against Hate Month. So I think it's important that we can either take a resolution or hopefully we keep an eye out on events. There was growing concern and information on the positives and negatives of AI and how it can be beneficial for municipalities to enhance efficiency, service, and safety. And then also went to the session with the HCD Housing Accountability Unit. But the most important thing, and I'm happy to report that at the conference, I won a $5,000 grant for the animal shelter that services our city.
How did you win? How did you win that?
Spin the wheel.
Really?
I know, I was lucky.
Wow.
Well, we were all lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, that's great. All right. I didn't, I'll give my update. I didn't win anything. I did attend lots of sessions, some of the same ones. I stood up to ask the chief a question and she got really nervous. I told her it was okay. It was just a real question, not a hardball, and she did fine. Lots of discussion on housing. I will report I was our voting delegate. There were no formal resolutions, nor did any petitioned resolutions qualify. So I didn't get to vote. I have my green card still completely untouched. And I think a lot of the updates everyone gave, I won't repeat, but I do want to say I mentioned Cities Association and this ADU Santa Clara County resource. I suggest everyone take a photo of this and check out the website because it's a planning collaborative and if every city has a drop down and so just check out the website. It's very nicely done. Tomorrow morning, the Chamber of Government Affairs is having a meeting right here in this room with Supervisor Simidian talking about Lehigh. I can't make it myself, unfortunately, but Vice Mayor, you're going to say a few words, right? Don't you open it up?
No.
Oh, you are? Okay, okay. So somebody is here in the morning. Ooh. In a few hours, yes. And so with that, have we all given our update? Oh, staff, do you have an update?
No updates, Mayor.
Good job. Yes, all right. So we're going to adjourn the meeting at now.